ladies and gentlemen, please be standing for the chairman.
Right, good afternoon everyone. Welcome back. Please have a seat. Yeah, that's better. That's better. You see, we've moved the chairs. That is better. So we carry on now with speakers for the amendment to the motion, and Councillor Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I think we first ought to just remind people, because I don't think they have really grasped the point that the previous government, over that period of 14 years, underfunded this council, and we've never been able to do the job that we've wanted to do, in particular on roads, but also on loads of other services that we have responsibility for. And it's a Labour government that recognise the difficulties that we've got, and it's that Labour government that has passported the money onto the Labour mayor, who has then passported it onto this council to enable them to repair the roads. Now, although the principle of the idea sounds good, I think that the mayor, who we had to submit, I understand, a form or a response saying exactly what we wanted to do with that money, and that is what we've been given it to do. But in no way did it say in that we're going to divvy it all out and give councils £250,000. So I think what we'll find is that the mayor would probably be coming back here and saying, you can't do that. I think there's another issue as well. I mean, I don't personally want the responsibility of that magnitude of money. And because, as has been alluded to, if somebody has an accident and they turn around and then say, well, Councillor Guilfoyle, you've got the money there too, you should have repaired that road, I'm holding you personally liable for that. So I think we have got a system that's in place. If members do their job, I write in, not just every year, nearly every other week, telling people about the roads, the potholes and the areas that I am concerned about. And our officers try to respond on some as quickly as they can, and some of them they have a statutory duty to respond to, and that's the other thing that we would be left with. You know, I don't know if that pothole there has got to be done, whether it meets the criteria and what length of time it's got to be done in, but they've got all that to contend with. So, from my point of view, principle sounds brilliant, but there's a lot of stuff there that you just cannot. It's going to be too complicated. So my view is we should leave it as it is, and members just need to remember to write into their officers and do what they can. And sometimes talk to the chairman, the cabinet member here, and he sometimes listens. A lot of the time he don't know. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Purdue-Horan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It gives me no pleasure to stand here today to convey what many residents are saying to me on doorsteps. The state of Nottinghamshire's roads is nothing short of a disgrace. Residents across Bingham East, where I am the elected representative presently, and also residents across Blidworth and Rainworth, where I find myself these days, have said the same thing. They have to endure a crumbling infrastructure that has been ignored and neglected by not just this administration, but successive Labour and Conservative administrations for far too long. Yet today we are presented with £70 million in additional highways funding, an opportunity, we are told, to make a difference. Well, let's be frank, history teaches us that without proper scrutiny, funding such as this, as my colleague alluded to earlier, has a habit of disappearing into the great political ether, directed not by need, but perhaps by party loyalty and electoral convenience. That is why, Mr. Chairman, I stand in full support of this amendment, which ensures 16.5 million of this funding is placed directly into the hands of local councillors. Not literally in their hands, of course. The people who actually know where investment is needed most locally. Mr. Chairman, in too many cases, I find that areas in Bingham East Division have been neglected with years of chronic underinvestment, and I've also witnessed the effect it's also had on the villages of Blidworth and Rainworth. Mr. Chairman, the old Grantham Road in Watton, Main Street, East Bridgeford, shocking. Nottingham Road, Bingham, Longacre, Bingham, and except part of Longacre at the traffic lights was dealt with last year after years of me banging on about it. Mr. Chairman, the residents of Perry Grove in Bingham have complained that a recent pothole repair is already falling apart. And if I perhaps mention Main Street, Blidworth, Fishpool Road, the Rainworth bypass, which many of us perhaps have used, is littered with problems for drivers, not forgetting places like Dale Lane, Warsop Lane between Blidworth and Rainworth, Kirklington Lane, Southwell Road East. Mr. Chairman, only yesterday I found myself in Rainworth on Darricot Close, and resident after resident just pointed to their own residential street close, which was rather akin to an unadopted track that we find in out-of-way places. You could nearly see the cables under the worn tarmac. Mr. Chairman, these are not minor inconveniences. These are major failings of both governance and infrastructure management. The Conservatives' track record is a broken road to nowhere. Apologies to David Byrne and Talking Heads. Mr. Chairman, this is about democratising our roads budget. I strongly urge that we all support the amendment and vote for a change.
Thank you.
You're not
Time's
controlled
up, Councillor
by the party
Purdue.
whip today.
5 minutes and a bit, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Next speaker, Councillor Madden, please.
Not used to these chairs. Thank you, Chairman. I welcome the figures that you mentioned, left, right and centre. But unfortunately, I saw a report yesterday that said the roads of the UK need £17 billion spent on them. So the monies that you're talking about are really a drop in the ocean. For me, this amendment, though, is about one thing: fairness. For years, the roads in Annesley and Kirkby Wooders, Nunkergate, Kingsway, Kirkby have been in a shocking state. Residents have told me time and time again about potholes that get patched up only to reappear within weeks, about footpaths that are unsafe for pushchairs, wheelchairs, and roadworks that seem to take forever with no real improvement. And every time we ask the council to act, we get the same response: there's no money. Well, we found the money, we fought for this investment, and now we are making it sure it gets spent in a way that actually benefits the people who need it most. You can take Forest Road, Salmon Lane in Annesley, or Church Street or Kirkby Cross round there. How many times have residents complained about crumbling road service, the endless potholes, quick fix patching that fall apart within months, if not weeks? I myself witnessed one go in half a day. It's been neglected for too long, and now we have a chance to put that right. Or you can look at Kingsway, where speeding and dangerous road conditions have been a long-standing problem. Residents have asked for traffic calming measures, for resurfacing, for something, anything to be done to improve road safety. Yet every request has been met with the same excuse: not a priority. Nunkergate, Kirkby Woodhouse are in exactly the same boat. Roads full of trenches, pavements like on Main Road that make walking a hazard to school and back, and drainage problems that cause flooding every time we get a downpour that's becoming more and more frequent these days. And still, these areas have been overlooked time and time again. You say this is ill thought out. Excuse me, ill thought out can refer to the cycle path in Sutton, where they've spent £500,000 for nobody to use it. £500,000. I could have done with that in Willis. I do welfare phoning, and 75% of the calls that are answered are potholes. Potholes, potholes. We pay council tax. Where's the money going? This is why I fully support this amendment. It ensures that every community will get its fair share, instead of allowing a centralised cabinet member, the same one regarding the above-mentioned cycle path, to decide where the money goes, like funneling it into the same old places. Hickling pastures ring a bell, while the rest of us are left waiting again and again. It put decision-making power into the hands of local councillors who actually know their areas. And let's be clear, this investment would not even exist without the independents fighting for it. We have pushed and lobbied and refused to be ignored. We demanded action whether others shrugged their shoulders. And now that we've got the money, we would like to make sure it is spent fairly. This isn't a party political issue, it's a common sense one. Our residents deserve safe roads, accessible footpaths, and an infrastructure that actually works. They deserve better than the postcode lottery funding that has let themselves down. It's not a political stunt. Let's put our communities first. Let's back this amendment. Let's finally start fixing the roads that people actually use every single day. This is my last time talking to you at County Hall. And also I have a birthday next week. So how about giving me a lovely leaving present? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Madden. Happy birthday for next week. And Councillor Creamer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise against the motion, but against the amendment. But having said that, I mean, on the surface, it actually looks quite good. It looks reasonable, but when you actually get to the workings of it, it completely falls to pieces. I could spend all that in Carlton West. I could spend it on Fox Hill Road, Westdale Lane, Carlton Road, Southcliffe, quite a few. I'm very glad to hear that the leader says that when the roads have been done, the pavements will be done. That's fantastic. I live in a very hilly area, as you know. But there are places where just the pavements need doing because of the state they're in and the things are happening. So I could spend that. Then what happens? I have to explain why that hasn't been done. And how do we organise who spends what? If we all put our bids in right at the beginning, so we all put our bids in, we'll probably put it in an election address, we'll get this done, we'll get that done. Who's going to organise it and programme it? How's that going to affect the rest of the roads and the restoration? And going back to basics, yes, the 70 billion around the country was given by the Labour government to repair the roads. We employed the experts. I know we can argue with them all the time, but we employ the experts. What's good, what's bad? I don't know that my top priority for pure argument's sake in Carlton West is less than the top priority in Arnold South. Somebody else is looking at both and seeing that. And say the programming itself, it takes time. So when I put mine in right at the beginning, will mine be, all right, it's in the programme, 4.5 years. Hang on, that's a whole term gone. So it sounds reasonable, it sounds good. But an actual work in it, the officers themselves have got enough, even just programming our CDFs. And people have problems with that. So how is it going to get programmed? And going back to the absolute basic as well, how does the rest of the programme work on top of it or with it? It's a scattergun approach, and it will actually cost more in the end. Because that 250,000 each doesn't include the admin cost, doesn't include taking staff from one place to another perhaps, or reprogramming other work. And again, we have the experts that we can argue, we can call them in for scrutiny if we're not happy, and we do. Am I happy with the Tories operate things? No. But we have a system, and at the moment, although it could work better and should work better, we have a system that's not a scattergun approach. Quite rightly, we can actually turn around and I contact our highways office fairly regular about this, that and the other, putting a petition today about a highways issue. So we do have the ways of doing it. But to actually just have a scattergun approach, and as has already been said by other councillors, how do we explain when we've spent our bit and there's other bits left? So yeah, I like the idea, it sounds good, but it's not workable.
Thank you. And Councillor Deakin, please.
Thank you, Chair. The residents of Sutton Central, Sutton Junction and Harlow Wood have waited patiently for real investments in their roads and their infrastructures. They've put their trust in this council to deliver, and yet time and time again they've been let down. Take Station Road. Every time we have heavy rain there, it floods. It leaves residents battling through standing water just to go about their daily lives. People in Sutton have been raising this issue for years, yet it still isn't properly fixed. And then there's High Pavement, where we saw over £500,000 spent on a cycle path to nowhere. It wasn't what the community needed, it wasn't what people asked for, and yet the money was spent anyway. Meanwhile, other roads in desperate need of resurfacing have been ignored. That's not just frustrating, it's completely unfair. This is why this amendment is so important. It ensures that councillors who know their areas, listen to their communities, get a direct say in how this money is spent, finally prioritising the repairs and the improvements that matter most to the residents. Thank you.
Councillor Bradley, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Some very sensible contributions most recently. Jim, that was the most sensible thing I think you've said in my 4 years, so thank you. I have one small gripe with what Glyn said, which is that, yes, absolutely, is funding passported through. It's still a fraction of what we wanted and expected, a fraction of the £1.5 billion that was committed to our region. We want to see the rest of that money come through. But the reason, get your bingo cards out, I wasn't going to speak, but I have to, because this morning's contributions made me properly angry. For independent members to sit over there and say, we did this, our campaigning, our lobbying, when in fact they are the only people in the room who opposed everything about what it is we're delivering and we're achieving. Councillor Carr, Councillor Purdue, Horan, Shaw, Waters, Wilmot, all actively voted against the mechanisms that are now delivering this funding for before us. They sat there, all of you, and said, this funding's a pittance. We don't want this. This is not good enough. And now that it's here and now that it's delivering benefits for our residents, you're the first to stand there and say, we did this, we're campaigning for this. It is rank hypocrisy when there are members on this side who have worked for years and years and years to bring about the mechanisms that have delivered this funding for our county. Councillor Oliver said the money has been spent on Oak House instead for roads. Well, Oak House and this wider development is a profit maker for the council. It's bringing money in, it's making revenue savings. So it gives us more money to spend on things like roads, not less. The only way it would give us less money is if we did what the Ashfield Independent said and sold it or vacated it and lost money on the development. In fact, this money is what props up the kinds of budgets like highways that gives us the ability to continue to put in more, as we have done through the course of this administration. Councillor Zadrozny and others talked about participatory budgeting. There are some tiny, tiny examples of that across the UK. It's mainly a South American thing, and what it largely does is bring together citizens' assemblies. It puts the power into the hands of communities, not individual councillors. What you're actually referring to is not participatory budgeting, it's representative democracy. It's what we already have, that councillors get to have an input into decisions. There is absolutely nothing stopping any councillor in this chamber from having a conversation with a highways officer or the cabinet member and putting in their priorities at any point. And those priorities are reflected very often in the output in terms of the roads that are delivered. So this is not participatory budgeting. In fact, what was participatory budgeting used to be things like the Hucknall Town Board that I used to sit on at Ashfield District Council that gave community, members of the community who wanted to show up, the ability to input into decisions about local funding. That's disappeared, no longer exists at Ashfield District Council. So maybe look a little bit closer to home. Councillor Carr talked about the state of the roads being a result of a political choice. Because, of course, any politician who wants to be re-elected would choose to not fix the roads. That's absolutely what is the sensible route forward. In fact, of course, it's a result of massive inflation. It's a result of the massively increased cost of delivery. It's a result of massively increased traffic that these roads were never designed for. And a result of a winter of the worst storms and most storms and worst weather on record that we're still trying to catch up from, not to mention a decades and decades long backlog where we have never had enough funding within this region to deliver it. So the idea of political choice is a nonsense. He also referred to political timing around the elections, but of course the timing is not dictated by us, it's dictated by the combined authority. If it was up to us and if it had been up to me, we would have had this money months and months ago. So that is also nonsense. So many members over there have talked about being back of the queue. If everybody is back of the queue, then there is no queue, is there? You're all stood next to each other. There is equality. You can't all be back of the queue. And particularly, conversations, Councillor Shaw mentioned Hucknall. Nothing's been invested in Hucknall. I seem to remember, was it £12–13 million massive redesign of the entire high street and a new road and access roads? Probably had more money spent on its roads than anywhere else in the county. So it's simply not true. So to look at the amendment specifically, bearing in mind that all of the context around the reasons for the amendment is nonsense, it doesn't make sense. Maintenance has to be based on need. It has to be based on data. If you want fairness and equality around the county, it can't be dictated on whichever political priority or whichever person I happen to have spoken to on which doorstep on any given day who's told me that my street is the most important. It has to be done on the basis of fairness, by evidence, by engineers, not to mention 250k each would get you probably a cul-de-sac and a half. It is not going to fix your issue. It needs to be done strategically. That's why it's really, really important, post-election, that sensible people over here are in charge of these services and budgets and not that lot over there.
Thank you. And Councillor Darby.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't stand here today to be difficult, nor to make a political point, but I stand here because of the people of Collingham, Coddington, Newark and surrounding villages. They deserve their fair share of this 70 million investment in our highways. They deserve to drive on roads that aren't riddled with potholes and walk on pavements that are not crumbling under our feet. I wish we could say that we've had our fair share of road repairs over the years, but I can't, we haven't. I've got Trent Lane, Station Road and Swinderby Road all in Collingham that are falling apart, with uneven surfaces making it hazardous for cyclists and drivers alike. Staple Lane in Coddington has been patched that many times it now resembles a patchwork quilt rather than a proper road. Beacon Hill and Drove Lane in Newark are key commuter routes, yet anyone who drives regularly know how bad they are and that they need resurfacing. And our rural roads, how many of them have been neglected for years, with overgrown verges and crumbling edges, making them more dangerous for every passing winter. Residents pay their council tax like everyone else. They've been patient, they've accepted delay after delay, but patience is wearing thin. This amendment is our chance to put things right. It would mean that 16.5 million is allocated directly to the councillors, allowing each of us to address the real needs in our communities, rather than relying on a system that so often leaves us behind. This isn't about asking for special treatment, it's simply about asking to be treated fair. The independents fought for this funding because we know that our roads urgent need of investment. Now that we have it, we must make sure that it is shared out fairly. I ask my colleagues to please support this amendment. Let's ensure that the funding benefits every part of Nottinghamshire, including the rurals. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Fowler, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I mean, to say that the Ashfield Independents, of what you call yourself now, successfully gained this funding on their own is just daft. I'm sorry, it really is. It really isn't just down to you. I mean, as Councillor Guilfoyle said much more eloquently than me, this is money from a Labour government to give to a Labour mayor to pass this on to us. And anybody who's been on any kind of regional, kind of national kind of forums, which I have, will know jolly well that councillors from all over this county and in fact this country, cross-party quite often, have been shouting loudly about the awful state of our roads and pavements. I'm sorry, that's just what you've been arguing today. And just to say, so it's not equitable. I don't see how you can say this is equitable or fair. If you give each councillor 250,000 quid, how can that be fair given the different size and geography of every division? That just seems daft to me. As Penny Garland has said again very eloquently earlier on, this has got to be a strategically planned allocation of funds. And you can't do that just by kind of giving 250,000 quid to every council. It's just daft. So we won't be supporting the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Saddington, you indicated to speak, but we are still talking on the amendment. And earlier on you said you didn't want to speak on the amendment. You do want to speak on the amendment. Okay, so Councillor Saddington then.
Way experts. You've named umpteen roads in your divisions that need repairing. Have you worked out what the cost is? Do you know how much it costs to fix a road? And what happens if you had the money and you ran out halfway? I don't think for 1 minute you can quote a road that hasn't been resurfaced and give us the cost of what it will be. Because I think if you did, you would find that the money you were allocated would not do all the streets that you think it would do. Many years ago, easily 15 years ago, a very small piece of pavement was done in my village and it was £37,000. And we're going back a long time. I came out, I couldn't believe it wasn't much longer than this table. So if you're talking about having that money to yourself to work out which roads you should repair, I think you should get somebody in first to tell you how much it's all going to cost. And secondly, who's going to organise the workforce to do it? If everybody had their own money, they'd all be calling on the workforce to come along with the highway equipment. It's done strategically, and that's how it needs to continue.
Thank you. 7 more speakers to go with this, and this is the amendment, remember. Councillor Wilmot.
Yes, thank you, Chairman, and thank you for allowing me to speak on this very emotive system. I wish I could stand here today and say that Hucknall North's roads, which I represent, are in great shape. Well, I'm afraid they're not well maintained and that the residents are happy with them. But I can't, because that would be a lie. The truth is our roads and pavements are a disgrace. They've been left to crumble while the people in charge have sat on their hands offering excuse after excuse instead of solutions. We've all seen the problems. Papwick Lane in Hucknall, patchwork quilt of repairs that don't last. potholes that come back bigger every time. Annesley Road, uneven surfaces, cracked pavements, and a road that has been neglected for far too long. Wiggy Road and Barbara Square, residents constantly complaining about dangerous potholes, yet somehow we're still waiting for real repairs. And the pavements in Nottinghamshire, not just are an absolute disgrace through lack of maintenance, and so many insurance claims being disregarded through what is called lack of depth and things like that. It's all wrong. Greenwood Vale, the area, the flooding that took place because of heavy rain, yes, but the drainage is still not fit for purpose, and the residents are still waiting all this time for a reply on the cause of the flooding. For years now, we've been told there's no money. Well, now there's 70 million of it, and yet I have to ask, will Hucknall North actually see any of it, or will we be left waiting again while the usual areas get the lion's share? That's why this amendment is so important. It puts 16.5 million directly into the hands of local councillors. And yes, local councillors do have some input on roads. They see them every day. They know whether they're the right or not, because the residents tell us. They come and say to us, oh, that wants doing, can you do that? My neighbours fell down and this buggy has gone onto the road because of the pavement. And now let's be absolutely clear. This money wouldn't even exist if we, the independents, hadn't fought for it, as well as yourselves. We've been pushing for proper road investment for years, calling out the neglect, refusing to be brushed aside. And now, finally, there's funding available. But what good is it if you don't have a say in how it's spent?
Point of clarification, Councillor Smith.
Just wondered if Councillor Wilmot would like to clarify to the Chamber if he regrets voting against the East Midlands Combined Authority that created the money to resurface the roads that he's banging on about.
You can give a very brief answer to that if you like, Councillor Wilmot, otherwise just carry on with your...
No money to start.
I'm afraid it's all whiffle and waffle. If you don't pass the amendment, Hucknall will be left behind once again. The people in charge will decide that our roads can wait while they prioritise areas that suits their political interests. I won't accept that, and neither should you. Our residents pay the same council tax as everyone else. They have a right to safe and well-maintained roads and pavements. They shouldn't have to battle through potholes every time they leave the house or worry about tripping on cracked footpaths. So, colleagues, I ask you, do the right thing today, back this amendment, stand up for fairness, stand up for Hucknall.
Thank you, Councillor Callaghan.
It's me. Right. I'd just like to say this is a huge amount of funding for our roads from EMCCA. We know it's still not enough, but at least it's there. I believe, looking round, all political groups need to come together with our highways department and plan a fair share of this funding for all our districts and boroughs. Notts County Council has a statutory duty to repair our roads. Hopefully this funding will go somewhere to do just that. As I say, all political parties need to come together. Let's have it. You know, and when I looked at it, thinking about the 250,000, who's going to sort this out? Because I'm thinking Democratic Services, they've already got a big job to do the CDF funding. So are they going to then be asked to sort out, councillors, 250,000 to spend on our roads? Because I know it won't fix Anne in North Bend, so get in there and get some done. I can't support this motion or amendment. You know, in some parts it sounds good. You know, in practical terms, it would be my worst nightmare.
Thank you. Councillor Lee.
Chairman, thank you. As the Vice Chairman, I don't get to speak much because I get eyes from my side when I stand up. However, I think it's really important that I do. I've heard lots of people talk about highways issues, And the truth of the matter is, if you're a good elected member, you get the highways issues fixed. And this week, I was able to go out to one of my roads. It's a massive road. It's 3 roads in one. It's Lansbury Road, Wilfred Avenue, and Mount Street. It's cost 250,000 plus to do that full resurface. And I kept saying to my residents, it's going to happen. We just have to be patient. It's a really expensive road. It's going to take a lot of money. We have to find the gap on the maintenance works. Because let's be honest, we can have the money. If we don't have a gap on the maintenance programme, we can't bring it forward. My residents are now all ringing me and seeing me on the street and all saying, you're right, Councillor Lee. You've got it done, thank you very much. And if you work hard for your residents, you will get these projects brought forward. The truth of the matter is my biggest priority in my 4 years was getting these 3 roads done. That wouldn't have touched the sides. So I wouldn't have been able to get it done. And then all that would have happened is, well, you've got the money, use your project. If it wasn't for working with my colleagues and Labour, because at the end of the day, let's be honest, if it wasn't for Conservatives and Labour pushing forward the mayor, bringing this money forward, it wouldn't have happened because no, I won't be political, but we know who didn't want the mayoral system in place. And Ben, I've got a quote from you. It was from 2024, and it says, this option would be good to be able to draw down money into a local pot for us to decide what we do with it. And that's the point, right? Is we go to the mayor, we say, listen, we want to do this project. This is what you campaigned on. It's a shame you weren't there, but you campaigned on it. And we've managed to get this money for highways that we said that we wanted to do. And it's a shame now that we're hearing lots of people trying to take credit for that. Because the truth of the matter is if anybody's listening at home that are running in elections, you can Google it. Go on AI, Google it, you will see who supported the mayoral option. Ben was talking about it nearly every single meeting about what we would do with the money. Yes, we wanted to see a little bit more, but we're able to do it. And the truth of the matter is my residents are going to benefit from this money that is coming in. Your residents are going to benefit from this money. Mike's residents are going to benefit from this money. Sammy's. We're all going to see a benefit. Even the independents are going to benefit from this money. The truth of the matter is the only reason people want the £250,000 is so they can put it on their leaflets. But the truth of the matter is residents have told us time and time again they don't want to see pothole repairs. They don't want to see small little projects. They want to see big projects. They want their roads to be sorted. And with more money, you can do larger projects. If I went to my residents and said, I'm so sorry, I can't do Lansbury Road and Wilfred Avenue. I've only got £250,000 and I can't give it all to you because I have to spread it across my county. So you'll get 50, you'll get 50, you'll get 50. I'm so sorry, I can only do pothole repairs. They wouldn't be happy. They want to see proper work, and that is from us working with our managers to fight for our residents, making sure that the reason why we want these works doing is done, and working with them. Yes, it might take 4 years. It takes a lot of work. It might not even be able to be done in 1 term. It might take you 2 terms, but if it's done properly, it will last longer. And that is with help from both sides, Conservative and Labour, working. So thank you for everybody involved in that work.
Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Chairman. Speaking to the amendment, I'd like to start by thanking the Council for its dedication and strategic approach to highways maintenance. Oh, wait, my mistake. There hasn't been one. But let's be clear, because I think you guys have misunderstood. This is extra funding, extra for residents' additional priorities. This is on top of the general funding and maintenance you're supposedly doing anyway. So it's additional. Hucknall roads are an embarrassment. We've got potholes that are practically tourist attractions and even have names. Pavements that are a danger to the elderly and disabled, and drainage that turns our roads into lakes every time it rains. Yet year after year, we're told there's no money, or even better, that Hucknall isn't high enough on the priority list. Now that suddenly there's 70 million extra in funding, fantastic. But let's be honest, if we leave it to the same people who have been failing us for years, Hucknall will see next to nothing of it. This is why this amendment is so important. It makes sure that every councillor gets an extra, in addition to what you guys are already doing, an extra 250,000 to invest directly in their area. That means Hucknall South can finally get the repairs we've been fighting for. Nottingham Road, an essential route for commuters, but it's falling apart. We've got Rocknell Road, Beardall Street, cracked, uneven and dangerous, turned down when I've reported it and insisted that it's resurfaced time and time again, constantly. Do your Freedom of Information Act if you don't believe me, do it. The High Street and Torquay Way, constant patchwork jobs that last 5 minutes before breaking up again. This amendment means we get the powers to fix these roads properly, rather than hoping someone at County Hall throws us a few crumbs. And let's be clear, this funding only exists because the independents fought for it. And it was our money to
Point of clarification, Mr. Chairman.
Tax.
Councillor Waters, clarification.
Can I ask if Councillor Waters regrets voting against the combined authority that's given us the money?
I will continue, Chairman. I have no regrets because this was our money to start with. Our taxpayers are paying in. It was always ours. We were always going to get it. We do not need a ridiculous mayor on a 6-figure salary and her mate on something similar, squandering the funds which should have been invested here in the first place. And what the independents drove through, oh God. If we left it to the Conservatives, we'd still be waiting for vague promises about future investment while dodging the same potholes. And we know how this works. If we don't ring-fence the money properly, the ruling party will funnel it where they want, to areas they care about, and Hucknall just gets the scraps if we're lucky. I'm sick and tired of Hucknall being treated as an afterthought. The residents of Hucknall South pay their council tax like everyone else, and they deserve roads that aren't crumbling beneath their feet. And let's give an example of localism and what a councillor who's out there talking to people can do. As an example, I would put some of my extra funds, from that 250,000, to benefit real issues. For example, on Duke Street, there's a bus-only lane, which is a no entry, and constantly cars are driving through it. Hucknall was set to benefit from real investment to fix traffic issues like Duke Street, until Labour pulled the plug on levelling up funding, and a portion of that money would have been used in partnership with County. Now we're left in chaos. So I would like funding to be used for cameras on that road in particular. So let's cut through the usual political games and do what's right. Back this amendment, now hopefully you understand it. Give Hucknall the funding it deserves, and let's finally start delivering for the people who put us here.
Thank you, Councillor Waters.
Thank
Time's
you.
up. Thank you. Councillor... Calm down now. Councillor Henshaw.
Thank you, Chair, for bringing me in. I know there was some controversy today about the seating arrangements, but I quite like sitting in the middle because I can have a go at them on my right, I can have a go at them on my left, and even the extreme right on my left, and I can be in the middle. So thanks for putting me in the middle. Yeah, sorry. So, right, let's get one thing straight. If we vote against this amendment, which I intend to do, it doesn't mean to say we don't care about our residents. The independents have no monopoly on caring for people in their divisions. There's people in this council chamber of all political stripes who care deeply about the areas they represent and the people that live in it. So let's dispel that myth for a start. Okay. Now, it's not necessarily an issue on political expedience when you look at how road repairs are allocated. If you look at this logically, and each councillor has £250,000 that's
going to be allocated. Councillor Anderson and myself, being a dual member ward, we'll have £500,000. So does that mean, is that fair that somebody in a single member division only gets 250,000 and we get to 500,000? I mean, at the end of the day, that 500,000 towards the road repairs in Mansfield West, for instance, the A617 from Abbott Road to Chesterfield Road. I'm telling you now, some of your farmers, you'd be all right going down that road with your tractors because it's that bad. But through lobbying, we've got that road in the system to be resurfaced. But I can tell you now, that 500,000 that we've got won't go anywhere near to sort it out. So in that respect, I think by adopting this amendment, what we'll end up with a lot of delay and a lot of, in fact, it'll be slower. It'll be slower. Because what will happen, depending on how much you shout, depending on how you cajole and, I wouldn't say bully, but say contact officers, if you contact officers regularly and you keep on at them and on them, then those councillors might get pushed up to the front of the queue. So I don't think it's fair whatsoever. I think it will lead to delays because depending on how hard you shout, it'll be depending on what work you do or what gets done. There's going to be an issue anyway. Even if you allocate this, divvy this money up, we've still got the same amount of professionals, we've still got the same amount of people that's doing the road repairs, we've still got the same amount of managers, except they'll just be spread all over. And this glorified CDF system will not work because everybody, it'll be a bun fight. And the strategic way looking at road repairs will be neglected because people will just be in there shouting and bawling, and I don't think it will work. You'll end up with Hucknall North fighting Sutton West. You'll end up with Selston fighting Eastwood. And you'll end up with Mansfield West fighting everybody because we want to get our money. And at the end of the day, that's what you'll end up with. It'll be a total chaotic system. So, let's look at it in the cool light of day. And Councillor Bradley mentioned in relation to local government finance, and I don't want to cast any aspersions to any government because governments of all political stripes have underfunded local government. And that's a fact, and that is one of the main reasons why the roads and the highways are in the situation they are in. People make choices, and it's quite easy to cut money off one budget and put it onto another if you've got pressing needs and pressing responsibilities. So that's how it's been, but now we've had money coming from the single authority, from the Labour Mayor and the Labour Authority, and it's been acknowledged by my Conservative friends that, you know, that's the situation. So, somebody once said, give me the tools and I'll finish the job. We've now got the money, so let's make a difference. Let's make sure that the roads are improved and the money is spent where it's supposed to be. But I'm going to be voting against the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Garner.
Hello, sorry. Thank you, David. Welcome to Oak House. Yeah, I'm against this motion because I think it's flawed. Because it's like Councillor Henshaw says, there'll be bum fight everywhere. And there'll be less work done than what would be done. But I do sympathise with what you say, don't get me wrong. But the fact of the matter is this council, and every council in Britain has been underfunded with highways for years. The Conservatives have had this council for 12 out of the last 16. Labour's had it for 4. And through all the administrations, the level of quality of the roads has gone down. And it's because of money. It's because of money, right? Money comes from, in the first place, taxpayers. And then million who we represent. That's where the money comes from. It goes to governments, it goes in VATs and petrols and all this thing, and it goes there. Then we get our bit, and we spend it, and we spend our paltry 40 odd million on roads. Not enough. I thank this government the East Midlands Mayor for putting extra money in, right? But it probably still's not enough, but it's better. It's going to be a lot better. So we've got to get together and class ourselves as a united team to get these potholes done. And road repairs and streets, pavements, everything. But I tell you something, 72 million is still short of the mark to completely do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Garner. Okay, final speaker before we get to the people who are winding up is Councillor Pringle.
Thank you, Chair. Before I speak to the amendment, can I bring a little bit of respect within the chamber and recognise the last surviving Battle of Britain pilot, John Paddy Hemingway, TFC, who passed away recently at the age of 105. The service that these men provided allow us to debate, as we are doing in this chamber today, and we should never forget that. I've heard cynical things said about the motion that's been presented today, and I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it is just another leaflet headline, but it is a debate whereby we have differences of opinions and we have passionate calls. I think Councillor Walters being angry at Councillor Bradley's question about voting for EMCCA that highlighted that. The difficulty I have with the amendment is that I have the good fortune presently of being able to represent a seat which is 14 mile long, and it's a seat which has a vibrant town, an expanding vibrant town, and surrounding that town are some excellent historical villages. So when it comes to £250,000 and a single ward member trying to cover that, it doesn't quite balance out for me, to be quite honest. In the past, I've done what I thought was the right thing. I've contacted highways and put applications forward. I've spoke to Councillor Clark, and we've spoken openly of what we can do and what we can't do. I don't think that door's ever been closed from Councillor Clark to have those discussions. And I agree that there's lots more that I think we would all like to have, to be quite honest. However, there is a balance, and the balance is funding. I mean, I think Councillor Jackson nearly choked when we'd restricted the divisional fund to £3,000, and then another divisional fund at 250 grand a piece was coming forward. I thought, no, I could see Richard not really going for that. However, there is a statutory right, and to be honest, I think basically we fill those. I might not agree with the way that we do it, but again, I think there's a debate to be had across this floor, and a civil debate to be had across this floor, rather than some of the things that we've heard today. There's also a new aspect coming to this, and the fact that there is a change in government, and you know, we can talk about 14 years of Tory government and austerity and the effect of 33% reduction on all that. But if we draw a line under that, what we've had is we've had an investment greater than what we've had before that we can now use. That, for the new administration, whoever it's going to be, is going to be a real positive to drive things forward, to represent our residents, who are the taxpayers. This money's not come out of a magic money tree. This money's come out of their pockets. So for us to get that through EMCCA, through Clare, through whatever way, this is a welcome bonus to us being able to repair the roads. So I won't be supporting the amendment that has gone today. And there will be things that come out, because we're used to that. That's the political arena we stand in. However, I think the seriousness of this debate needs to be clear, and I look forward to the next administration utilising the 72 million in the way that's expected. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Pringle. Right, now, Councillor Hollis, you reserved your right to speak. Do you wish to speak? Okay.
And just before I start my speech, I mean, I am very impressed how you navigate the politics of this chamber, Mr. Chairman, fairly. But I do think that wisdom could be passed on to your Vice Chairman and be reminded that he is sitting there representing the council in an apolitical role. And I think it's completely inappropriate to make political comments, albeit his personal opinion. While he has the chains, he is apolitical. But to move on, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, let's move on.
You do it very well, and that's.
I think I'll come back on that.
No. If I had £1 for every.
I think I have the right.
Councillor Hollis, just carry on, please. But
It's finished. Right. Well, I'll start my time now then. So if I had £1 for every complaint I've had about the state of the roads in Carsick, Huthwaite and Sutton, I could have paved them myself, probably in gold. The people I represent are sick and tired of driving on the roads that resemble the surface of the moon. They're fed up with dodging potholes that could swallow small cars whole, fed up with pavements that are downright dangerous, and fed up of waiting years for basic repairs that never seem to come. Well, we're not waiting anymore, Mr. Chairman. The Independents fought for this funding, and we've spent years demanding that Nottinghamshire County Council take the state of our roads seriously. And now, finally, we've secured £70 million to invest in highways. But securing money was only half the battle. Now we must fight again and ensure that it's spent fairly. And that's why this amendment is so important. It stops the money being siphoned off to the usual places, no mention of Hickling pastures, while Carsick, Huthwaite and Sutton are left behind again. It means that every councillor has £250,000 to directly invest in their area, fixing the worst roads and pavements that we all know need urgent attention. No more excuses. No more delays. No more waiting for someone at County Hall to decide our communities that it's their turn. For too long, the councillors dictated where funding goes, and surprise, surprise, it hasn't been Ashfield, or Mansfield for that matter. Instead of recognising areas like mine, where roads have been falling apart for many years, the money has been prioritised elsewhere. Well, that could end today. This amendment gives the people of Carsick, Huthwaite and Sutton a real say. It means that decisions about roads won't be made by bureaucrats sitting in meetings miles away, but by local councillors who live here, drive here and actually listen to residents. And let's be crystal clear, without us independents, this money wouldn't even exist. It's because our relentless campaigning that the investment is here at all. And we don't just ask for it, we fought for it. So if you genuinely care about fairness, if you genuinely want to see roads repaired, well, you actually genuinely believe that local people should have a say in their own communities, then you have to back this amendment. Otherwise, you're voting for more of the same. More neglect, more patchwork repairs that don't last, more excuses. Carsick, Huthwaite and Sutton deserve better, and with this amendment, we can deliver it. And of course, I've heard during this debate that how's this money going to be managed? Well, we've got district managers, Mr. Chairman. The district managers already put the list forward and decide where it's gone. But it isn't in our area. And for the last 20 years, Mansfield and Ashfield has finished 6th and 7th out of every district in this county for 20 years. We've never finished above 6th, Ashfield, with funding. So now it's about time that we saw our fair share. And sadly for Mr. Bradley, he lost the EMCCA election. And ironically, I'm the most senior councillor in this room on the EMCCA organisation. I hold the vice chairman role of one of the most senior committees on the organisation. And I am extremely proud to do that. But I can tell you that they see this funding very differently to the way we do. We're not getting all the money. And of course, even in the money that we are getting, we're not suggesting that all of it gets spent in this way. We're simply suggesting that every councillor gets their say in where it should be spent. And to me, it's a no-brainer. We could pick one road every year. We know how much roads are expensive. I mean, I think Councillor Pringle probably said it best for the Labour group. And I think my favourite councillor for Kelham Bridge said exactly the same. And I'm sure she could cost up every repair for Kelham Bridge as well, like she suggested we do for roads. But this is a real opportunity to change things. And it's only a small part of the money that we're suggesting be used in this way. And to me, it makes sense. So I urge every councillor in this chamber to do the right thing and vote for this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Hollis. Councillor Zadrozny, you moved the amendment. You can now sum up your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What surprises me the most is that how many members in the big parties, I suppose it surprises me, are happy with the way things are. They are delighted to abdicate responsibility to officers to make decisions. I mean, Labour said it one after the other. Members, it's the way we do things. It's how it is that officers can make those decisions for us. And it's absolute abdication of the role we've been elected to do, and just shows again that it's more or less pointless in this chamber. It just shocks me that when we're talking about a quarter of this additional money, that you're scared of the public making their views known in a way where they can affect change. And we're not talking about, I mean, I've heard some ludicrous things that it's not enough money, but you want to vote against having your ability to spend some of it. There's still 3/4 of that money entirely available through strategic work to do other jobs. I mean, and then we've heard smoke screens about insurance. I've never heard such twaddle. You'd have the dog nodding with that. And the leader was talking about how it would take money out of micro-asphalting and other repairs. That's likely the sort of work that would be done because it's a small amount of money. Look, I understand kind of why both of the big political parties want to hold power in the way they have, because like every election, they think it's one of their turn to rule and they'll get the levers of power. It's just red's turn or blue's turn. And let me tell you, if this amendment fails, I'll be absolutely delighted in 6 weeks to decide where all your £250,000 will go, because it won't be in Mansfield or Newark East, where it might be. I mean, it'll certainly be in Balderton, because Jean will ask for her fair share, and you said some of these projects take over 2 terms, and I hope you're doing a handover brief for her. Look, I think you will... County Councillor Jean Hall, she's your successor. And look, it's asking the same authority that built this building, that told us it would be 11 million and spent 26 million on this project, to have the keys back to the car they've just crashed. Instead of letting every member, every division, every village, every town have a little bit of a say, a little bit of equitable distribution of this money. And we're asked to say, well, we're told we must be lazy because our priorities when we speak to our district managers or walk them around weeks by week, that we must be lazy because we don't get what we ask for. I remember 2021, when the Conservative administration spent more on repainting Trent Bridge in Nottingham City than the entire highways budget for the town of Hucknall. That's when it's a political choice. That's why this makes a difference, because every community can have a tiny share back of the taxes they pay into the pot, a tiny bit of fairness. We're talking about £2.5 million across the entire district of Ashfield or Rushcliffe. It's a tiny bit of fairness. And we're then told there's no mechanisms for it to work, but we should work through the district managers and raise those, because that is a mechanism for it to already work. I mean, you need to pick an argument. This is politics 101. Pick one or the other. Don't say one and then the other that completely contradict each other. If the district managers, who are very able and capable, have the slight flexibility to explain to a member, this is what you're able to do, this is what you can get out of your money, the repairs that you're really prioritising, we could do this bit, then they get done. It's not about bun fight, it's not about shouting loudly, Paul, because I'm sure you'd win. It's about making sure that every community in Nottinghamshire gets to slightly undo the decades of neglect that you two big parties are responsible for. There's nobody on this chamber that's done it, on this side of the chamber. And in 6 weeks today, I mean, it's in 2 days, it's my 18th anniversary of getting elected here, and I've never seen such a desperate grab for power. And I'll remind you of this, in 6 weeks, when I'm leader of the council, I'll be delighted to spend all your money. So vote against it, because Ashfield, bits of Newark, Mansfield will get their fair share and all of yours.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Zadrozny. Now, Councillor Clark, you have your moment to reply to the amendment to your original motion. So over to Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Crikey, I've made so many notes, I probably won't get to them all, but we'll have a go, and I may well quote the wrong person, but the comments were certainly made. But first of all, I mean, we had comments that it's not about politics, it's not being partisan. Well, if that's the case, then why are they putting the comments in the format in which they're putting them? If they were really serious about this, they wouldn't then be talking about backroom deals and closed doors and black holes, because I certainly don't know about those. Maybe they know a lot more about backroom deals and closed doors and black holes than I do. So this is actually about efficiency. But I will just also quote the dear late Queen Elizabeth II, Mr. Chairman. If you recall, in one of the many issues that she had to deal with, she actually used the phrase, recollections may vary. And they certainly seem to be varying in this chamber, especially when you hear that they're trying to claim that it's their work and lobbying that's got this funding when they voted against the mayor and when they abstained on the budget which has secured all this funding. Therefore, that is certainly the height of hypocrisy. But the actual amendment itself, what it fails to do is it fails to address consistency and efficiency and the professionalism of highways. Somebody made, and I can't remember who it was, somebody said, that will give direct control. So councillors in their divisions will be able to directly control professionally qualified technicians and engineers and pretend and try and make out that councillors know more about fixing roads than highways engineers. That just cannot possibly happen. The funding that's been described as being distributed should be distributed more fairly. It is distributed fairly already. It has been talked about the members' requests that are put into place. And those are dealt with. And as many people have said, members can contact their district managers and ask for areas to be put on their list. It's rather strange, actually, because lots of roads have been mentioned in Ashfield. I noticed they didn't mention Sutton Road or Diamond Avenue, which have received hundreds of thousands of pounds of resurfacing repairs. And when talking about pavements, somebody quoted saying, I think it might have been Councillor Martin, said there is no funding for pavements. But then he went on to say, when he said, oh, well, possibly I might challenge that, he said, well, actually, there's not enough. So he's acknowledged that they are funded, because whenever repairs take place, then a whole street approach is used wherever possible to talk about pavements and to have pavements repaired at the same time. Interesting what Councillor Guilfoyle has said, claiming that Labour is responsible for securing the roads funds. In fact, Councillor Bradley has mentioned that it was £182 million of the Conservatives secured funding from the £1.5 billion government fund. So that's just over 10%. But we need more than the 182 million. But certainly he made a good point about the danger of local members then being blamed for something not being done. And you're actually setting yourself up even more to be shot at. which brings me to Councillor Perdue-Horan's list, which totalled a lot more than £250,000 spent. So his amendment means only half would get done. I wonder how he's going to explain to the residents who asked him and lobbied for some of the repairs that, oh, sorry, you can't have your repair done because I've run out of money. So he can't have it both ways. He's been on a tour of the county. He started off in Blidworth and mentioning roads, and then he came to Bingham and went into Bingham East and started talking about Longacre. The main part of Longacre was resurfaced about 3 months ago. Complete resurface. Complete resurface. Which is quite good, really, because then, in the next breath, he talks about Nottingham Road, Bingham. Well, I'm really pleased he mentioned that, and I really hope he lobbies for that, because guess what? That's in my division. So I would, Nottingham Road, Bingham. Anyway, Councillor Creamer, totally agree how to programme it all. Councillor Darby talked about her division. Carlton Ferry Lane, we've had 2 lots of around £250,000 spent on Carlton Ferry Lane. And Councillor Waters talked about it would be extra money. It wouldn't be extra money at all. It'd be sliced from the main fund. But the danger would be then who actually administers it. And somebody, I can't remember, talked about the democratic services. How is that it all going to be administered? There'll be extra cost involved in administering a separate councillors' fund. So Councillor Waters also talked about, and this does show how they get their maths wrong, because he talked about the mayor's salary. It was a 6-figure salary. Well, her salary is in the mid-80s. I don't know what it is exactly, but 85, 86,000. That's only 5 figures. So maybe that shows why they're always getting their sums wrong. So I think actually, there's been a lot of comments, a lot of talk. Mr. Chairman, it's Mr. Mayor later on. Mr. Chairman, I'm just wondering actually if you may like to consider, I think a lot of the speeches that have been made have talked generally about the motion, the substantive motion, as well as the amendment. And I can't imagine that those that have already spoken would have a lot new to introduce. So you may like to consider that perhaps you curtail people who haven't got anything new to say, because we need to move on. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. We do indeed need to move on.
Just a point
and there will be, I suspect there will be speakers wanting to speak on the main...
Oh yeah, just a point of order. I've only spoken on the amendment, and I'm sure many others have. There's plenty more to discuss.
Yeah. Thank you. So, thank you, Councillor Clark. So we're at a point now we need to go to the vote. Yes. There's a request for a recorded vote.
This is about the amendment.
And this is on the amendment. Okay. So I'll hand over to Chief Executive.
Okay, members, if I can have your attention, please. So this is for you to express your vote in response to the amendment. Ask you to do it nice and clearly, please. Starting as ever with Councillor Adair.
Against.
Councillor Adams.
Against.
Councillor Allen. Councillor Anderson.
For. Oh, sorry. Against, sorry. Oh, right, sorry.
Councillor Bailey.
Against.
Councillor Barney.
Against.
Councillor Barnfather.
Against.
Councillor Bradley.
Against.
Councillor Butler.
Against.
Councillor Callaghan.
Against.
Councillor Camilleri.
Against.
Councillor Carlton.
Against.
Councillor John Clark.
Against.
Councillor Neil Clark.
Against.
Councillor Cotty.
Against.
Councillor Creamer.
Against.
Councillor Darby.
For.
Councillor Deacon.
For.
Councillor Doddy. Councillor Eddy. Councillor Elliott. Councillor Fole.
Against.
Councillor Garner.
Against.
Councillor Guilfoyle.
Against.
Councillor Girling.
Against.
Councillor Gowland.
Against.
Councillor Henry.
Against.
Councillor Henshaw.
Against.
Councillor Hollis.
For.
Councillor Introna.
Against.
Councillor Richard Jackson.
Against.
Councillor Roger Jackson.
Against.
Councillor Kerry.
Against.
Councillor Lawton. Councillor Lee.
Against.
Councillor Madden.
For.
Councillor Martin. Councillor McGrath. Councillor Meakin.
For.
Councillor Moxon.
Against.
Councillor Ogle.
Against.
Councillor Oliver.
For.
Councillor Owen.
Against.
Councillor Place.
Against.
Councillor Pringle. Councillor Perdue Horan.
For.
Councillor Quigley.
Against.
Councillor Sannington. Councillor Shaw.
For.
Councillor Helen Ann Smith.
For.
Councillor Sam Smith.
Against.
Councillor Tom Smith.
Against.
Councillor Taylor.
Against.
Councillor Upton.
Against.
Councillor Waters.
For.
Councillor Gordon Wheeler.
Against.
Councillor Jonathan Wheeler.
Against.
Councillor Williamson. Councillor Wilmot.
For.
Councillor de Droghny. We'll top them up.
Okay, colleagues, we have the... We need to get back to the meeting. Okay, so we need to go to the substantive. Oh, sorry, I haven't. Yes, so the results. Councillor Zadrozny. No, Councillor Zadrozny. Right, can we move on with the meeting? The result of the vote on the amended motion was 14 for, 46 against. The amendment is lost. We now need to go to the substantive motion. So we now reopen the debate on the substantive motion. And we need to, Jono, we need to, hello. We need to be very aware of the time and the items on the agenda. Can we remember what we said at the beginning of the meeting? Let's behave ourselves, and we now need to go back into the.
We don't know what the issue is.
I think the way to deal with this is if you wish to make a complaint about another councillor, you raise a complaint via the normal way, via the monitoring officer.
Chamber
Mr.
right
Chairman,
now.
can I call
No, you can't. We are running a meeting. You've had plenty to say.
Resolve this
Sit.
issue.
Will you please sit down? Right. Let's go back to the substantive motion. The next.
I'm not sitting down. I'm not having this.
What he's done.
Okay, colleagues, right, we'll adjourn for 5 minutes just to find out what all this is about, please. Just come to the dais now. a complaint is being made about another member by another member. It's not, we are running a meeting. A complaint has been made. It can be dealt with and resolved in the normal way by the monitoring officer. We've got a meeting to conduct. Please, can we? Okay, well, if you don't want to be part of it, that's fine. Right. No, please, come on.
Mr. Chairman, I am not sitting down while he's sat there or doesn't apologise. You won't get another vote through this room.
Right, okay. I am going to Jason. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, can we're reconvening the meeting now, and so I just need to hand over to my Vice Chairman.
Chairman, I'd like to formally apologise to Jason Rosny and this body. I am sorry. Me and Jason have been friends for a long time, and sadly, elections take a lot out of individuals, and sometimes we make mistakes and we say things that we shouldn't do. I'd like to formally apologise to Jason, and let's get on with business.
So thank you, Councillor Lee. So with that in mind, we now go to Councillor Gowland, who wishes to speak on the item that we're originally speaking about, which is the highways funding. So Councillor Gowland.
Okay, thank you. Before I talk about this funding formally, I need to note how important highway services and highways engineering are for road safety of drivers and pedestrians. Tragically, a teenager was killed and 2 others were seriously injured 2 nights ago on the Radcliffe Road in West Bridgeford. I'm not in any way suggesting this accident was caused by the road surface. That is a matter for the police investigation. But I am sure everyone in this chamber will want to send condolences to the families and friends involved. I've asked the council to consider the design of this road, which residents have been concerned about for years. And I know that my amazing divisional officer, Laura Trusser, will be helping me with this. As you'd expect, we are supporting the recommendation and welcome the significant investment that the Labour Mayor, Claire Ward, is provided to the council for our roads and pavements. Despite the fantasy of the Ashfield Independents, this is money from a Labour Mayor and a Labour government. Over £50 million has been provided by the Labour government for capital highways maintenance, and this represents a significant increase compared to last year on this council's budget for improving our roads. This is yet another welcome change in the last 14 years of crippling austerity under Conservatives. The appalling state of the roads across the county are a common talking point for people all over Nottinghamshire, as we've seen today. Now, in fairness, quite correctly, when the authority's budget was slashed by over 1/3 by the last government, the county council had to prioritise people over potholes. But as we know, potholes affect people, both through the stress of unexpected expenditure on their cars, and particularly for injured pedestrians and other road users. Only today, whilst sitting here, I've heard from a resident who's been trapped in their house after their mobile wheelchair was toppled over. But it's excellent to see the government's increasing funding for Nottinghamshire services across the board. More for roads, more for children's social care, more for public health. The list goes on. So although we will, of course, be voting with you on this report, can I ask that when you do your song and dance about in the press about the improvements of the roads, please remember where the money came from. A Labour government providing money via a Labour mayor fulfilling Labour promises to fix the mess. Thank you.
Councillor Hollis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I suppose this debate's one of the most important debates we'll have. Highways funding is certainly something that fills my mailbag more than others, and I'm sure other colleagues have the same thing. But ultimately, we're just talking about more funding coming into the county, which we're very happy about, and not to go over the old ground with the amendment, but it's very clear that funding will be spent in places that aren't the areas that we represent. I mean, in Sutton and Ashfield, we get 1 to 2 roads resurfaced every year in a town that pretty much is very densely packed, but ultimately has a lot of car movements per day on the same roads. So I was sad to see the Amendment 4, which would have still been able to do all the big projects and everything we're looking to do, but ultimately miss and continue in the same path that we're currently going on. I mean, there's a reason we get complaints from residents about highways. It's because we aren't doing it right. And I think maybe it's tongue-in-cheek, maybe it's fact, but I think people can see for themselves that more roads have been resurfaced in the small village of Hickling Pastures than in the large village, which currently has around 5,000 people in it, of Huthwaite. And I think it's shameful. And I think ultimately we are a political body. I know sometimes people like to pretend we're not. Even though I'm an independent, I'm a political person. people have elected me rather than the blue and reds and yellows and all the other people to represent them because they like what I'm saying over the others. And every part of the county is different, but ultimately these decisions are political and this money is being spent politically. And that's the reason why Ashfield and Mansfield consistently come at the bottom of the pile for resurfacing funding. And I think with this money from EMCCA, I mean, even with the position which I'm proud of to represent this council in an apolitical way as best I can, shouting for funding for coming down to us, it's money that is coming from the government, but it should be coming directly to us. We're the Highways Authority, and instead it has to get passed through EMCCA, which only up until 2 weeks ago didn't even have a bank account. And they've got that much uncashed checks that are just sat either funds waiting to be spent in Derbyshire County Council's accounts or just in the ether because they physically can't get funding out the door as quick as possible. I want to see potholes filled. I want to see roads being resurfaced, but I think the shameful pace that goes on at certain parts of the county is laughable. And I think even Conservative members, look, I don't take the same style as everybody in here. I get riled when people are personal, but I appreciate the apology. But the reality is, it's likely that numbers are going to be very different in the county next time. And, you know, Conservative colleagues, Labour colleagues might want to run the show. Independents might have more numbers. Who knows? But the thing that is the reality, I think everybody in this room can look at themselves and know that their area isn't getting their fair share of funding. Some areas are. And even if you've got a blue rosette on your chest, you know that certain areas and certain people who control those funds direct funds into their areas, and it's not correct. And I am pleased with the funding that is coming down as part of this EMCCA package, and I'm pleased with the part that the independents have played in securing it. But ultimately, there's a long way to go. And I think when we continue to put £200 a time cold bags of tar in holes and stamp on them with the feet, rather than doing large patching stuff, which we've got patching gangs to do. And I know I joke, but the patching gang has been in Ashfield for a handful of days. I can count on this hand how often it's been in there. There's 7. They should be coming in here regularly, and it's not fair. And that's the point the independent group make. We'll keep making it, and ultimately, it's welcome that this funding's coming, but there's a long way to go, Mr. Chairman, on getting a fair deal for Nottinghamshire. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hollis. Now, Councillor Cotter, you reserve your right to speak, but do you wish to add anything?
No, I'm okay, thank you.
Thank you. So, Councillor Clark, would you like to sum up, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just very briefly, I think I just very briefly need to respond to Councillor Gowland and the incident on Ratcliffe Road. I'm sure we all send our condolences to the family and friends involved there. I did actually drive past there yesterday and I saw the site for myself, but as she quite rightly says, it's a matter for police investigation, so obviously don't want to make any other comment on that. I think far too much has already been said, so I'm not sure there's a lot to add, other than I'll just make a quick mention. Hickling Pastures keeps getting a mention, which is interesting. I don't know if that's supposed to be a dig at me or anything, but if it is, then people have got their facts wrong, because Hickling Pastures is miles from where I live, and the repairs that took place, I'm sure Councillor Cotter will be very pleased that they refer to Hickling Pastures, because that's in Councillor Cotter's division. You know, facts, etc. So it has been debated fully, I believe, Mr. Chairman. I don't think there's any point in referring to anything else. Let's move to the vote.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. So we will move to the vote now. This is on the substantive item, original item. So can we please have a show of hands? Those in favour, please show. Okay, thank you. Do we have anyone against or any abstentions? No. So that's unanimous. Right, after all that, we'll move on. So we move on to item 9 now, which is the local government reorganisation in Nottingham and Nottinghamshire. And I'd like to call Councillor Sam Smith, who will move the recommendations in the report. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to start the debate by making it absolutely clear, Mr. Chairman, that local government reorganisation is not a policy of this Conservative administration. And I don't think there are many people in this chamber that would like to be talking about the dissolvent of the borough and district councils or the county or the city for that matter, Mr. Chairman, but it is what we're being forced upon us by the Labour government. Having realised they are spending too much money bailing out their failing colleagues in places like Birmingham and Nottingham City, this is their answer, Mr. Chairman: reorganise LGR and push it through at such a speedy rate. LGR and unitary authorities have been discussed in this chamber, Mr. Chairman, many times before, but this time it is actually happening. Unlike in 2018 and previous debates, this is no longer just a conversation, Mr. Chairman. The Labour government have sent us a statutory invite which has started the legal process. And if we don't, as a collective group of councils, put forward a list of options, then what happens, Mr. Chairman? The Secretary of State has the power to dictate on what local government will look like right across the county. So it's really important that we submit this interim plan so that we are on the inside of the tent, Mr. Chairman, shaping the process and ensuring we protect our residents, our services and our local democracy. What's in front of us today is by no means the final product. Many discussions will no doubt take place between now and November when the final submission is due. But what we have achieved in such a short space of time is quite significant. We have secured a county-only option as part of the interim plan, Mr. Chairman. That's option 2 in Appendix C, and the rationale of which can be seen on page 14. 2 unitary authorities, meaning the existing Nottinghamshire County and Nottingham City boundaries, Mr. Chairman, stay intact. And that's exactly what us Conservatives on this side will be endorsing today, Mr. Chairman. This has not been an easy process. Discussions with other leaders have been challenging, and we know that those who want to see Nottingham City expand its boundaries. Labour in the city have made it absolutely clear that they intend to push a city plus 2 options. Now, that too could be anything: Ashfield, Mansfield, Broxtowe, Gedling, Rushcliffe, you name it, Mr. Chairman. It's a bit like a pick a mix. That pick a mix, Mr. Chairman, will cost taxpayers £8 million more than it would creating an authority based on existing county boundaries. £8 million, Mr. Chairman. £8 million that would be better spent on services and improving those. Improving highways, improving adult social care, improving leisure centres, as it will all come under one authority, whatever that is. That is £8 million that can be going into improving those services for residents. And what is the whole point of reorganisation if it isn't to save money and invest that saving into protecting services, Mr. Chairman? Expanding the city flies in the face of that goal, and we cannot allow it to happen. A county-wide authority is, in our view, the only viable option. Not only will it save £8 million, it will also protect frontline services, it will keep council tax low and ensure a fair and balanced structure for the future of Nottinghamshire, Mr. Chairman. And it's not just this administration that opposes city expansion, Mr. Chairman. Petitions have been launched right across the county, and the public opposition speaks for itself. Over 8,500 signatures in Rushcliffe, 3,000 in Gedling, 1,400 in Broxtowe, Mr. Chairman, and nearly 1,000 in Hucknall alone. That's over 13,000 signatures, all against the expansion of the city. These numbers show the strength of feeling from residents, and we do not want their communities broken up to bail out the financial incompetence of Nottingham City. What I want to assure residents today is that this Conservative administration will not sell them down the river. In the coming months, we will include them in the conversation through public consultation, Mr. Chairman, and only once we have heard from our communities will we take a final position. For now, Mr. Chairman, our message is absolutely simple and very clear. We stand by the county-only option. We reject unnecessary and costly land grabs, and we will fight to ensure that the future of local government in Nottinghamshire works for every resident. Within this report, Mr Chairman, you will see the options being considered and endorsed by other areas. Options that would see places like Broxtowe, Gedling and Rushcliffe absorbed into Nottingham City. That, Mr Chairman, is completely unacceptable and we do not support it. Why on earth should residents in Broxtowe, Gedling or Rushcliffe be forced to bail out Nottingham City's financial mismanagement and, Mr Chairman, at the same time receive worse services at higher cost? It's hard to forget their financial track record, Mr Chairman. The Labour City Council has already issued 2 Section 114 notices. They've gone bankrupt twice, Mr Chairman. It's all been overseen through the disastrous collapse of Robin Hood Energy, which cost the taxpayers over £38 million, and as a result, they are now being forced to close libraries and community centres. A city takeover of any 2 districts and boroughs, going back to that pick and mix, Mr Chairman, within the county would almost certainly mean every resident paying more and receiving less in return. Let me just spell that out. It is not just those areas, Mr Chairman, that are at risk of city takeover that would pay more for less, Mr Chairman. Places like Mansfield, Ashfield, which we've heard a lot about today, Newark, Sherwood, Bassetlaw, that will be left in the county option, Mr Chairman, would also be paying more for less because there'd be less people paying into the tax base. And it is simply unfair to expect Gedling, Rushcliffe and Broxtowe to subsidise the city's ongoing financial issues and allow residents to pay more for less. Absorbing places like Broxtowe, Rushcliffe or Gedling doesn't solve the problem, because the problem isn't the tax base. The problem is financial incompetence and poor leadership stemming from years of unchallenged Labour administrations, Mr Chairman. And please do, Mr Chairman, forgive my passion on this, but the feeling on this side of the chamber is extremely strong. Dividing Nottinghamshire boundaries would have serious consequences, and not just for areas surrounding the city, but also for the northern parts of the county, like Mansfield, Ashfield and Bassetlaw. If areas like Rushcliffe are absorbed into Nottingham City, you shrink the council tax base. However, the need, Mr Chairman, doesn't change. 70% of everything that the county council pays for adults and children's social care, Mr Chairman, is spent in the north of the county. But the tax base comes from the south, Mr Chairman. The difference in tax base income between Rushcliffe and Gedling, for example, is £15 million. If Rushcliffe is taken into the city, you lose that income, but the demand remains the same, Mr Chairman. As a result, this would place even greater financial strain on the rest of the county, leading to higher council tax and reduced investment in our communities. That is what option 1B and 1E in front of you in the pack today would result in, Mr Chairman. And that, Mr Chairman, is exactly why us Conservatives will be endorsing option 2. More concerningly, any expansion of the city would disrupt and disaggregate essential services like social care, children's and adults. These services are currently being managed effectively across the whole county. Breaking them apart would not only mean costly restructuring, costing £32 million, but it will also severely impact on the level of services our residents receive today, Mr Chairman. There are people in Nottinghamshire right now, Mr Chairman, who are receiving adult social care by this county council, a care provider that is rated good by the CQC. And if you live in Broxtowe, for example, at 11:59 p.m, Mr Chairman, the day before the city takeover, you'll be receiving good care by this county council. And at 1 minute past midnight, Mr Chairman, there is a potential that you'll be under the care of an inadequate authority that could be anybody's mother, father, daughter, brother or sister and children in this room, Mr Chairman. And that is what option 1E or 1B would receive, Mr Chairman, if they transfer to a city council. The city council's care quality are rated inadequate by the CQC, and nobody should be endorsing the transferring adults to those care. By endorsing a county-only option, on the other hand, Mr Chairman, we are standing up for the residents right across the all of Nottinghamshire. Here at Nottinghamshire County Council, we have a proud track record of providing great services, and by maintaining the current boundaries, we will be able to continue to deliver, Mr Chairman. In Nottinghamshire, we have a thriving youth service, with youth centres right across the county in every district. We have libraries, Mr Chairman, in every district and boroughs, and this Conservative administration has never closed one of them. In fact, if you turn to motion 4, Mr Chairman, in your council agenda, kindly provided by the Ashfield Independent Alliance, you will see a whole list of great services this Conservative administration will continue to deliver as a county unitary. Mr Chairman, the decisions made in the coming months will shape the future of local government in Nottinghamshire for decades to come. We must come together and send a strong message to the Labour government to ensure that those structures, Mr Chairman, is chosen to are robust, financially responsible and benefit all residents, Mr Chairman. That is why this administration is endorsing the county-only option, and I hope all members support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. So I call on Councillor Bruce Lawton, who will second the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr Chairman. I formally second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you very much. So we have a few speakers already. The first hand that went up was Councillor Owen.
Yes, thank you, Mr Chairman. Nobody, I think, in this county, particularly as the leader has said, is pining for local government reorganisation. We learnt our lesson in 2018 when we thought it would be a good idea. And we started to pursue that course of action and then realised that residents didn't. And I suspect, unlike the Labour government, we listened at the time and said, no, it's not going to go ahead, and we pulled back. I'm extremely saddened that we couldn't collectively across the county council with the 7 district authorities, come to a joint position, because we could have spoken from strength. And the only viable and feasible option to protect the interests of our residents is option 2, the whole county unitary authority. And those that have voted against that or have sidelined it, I'm afraid, are doing a disservice to our residents. They are putting their own little fiefdoms, their own self-interest at the top of the agenda rather than the interests of their residents. It's a case of déjà vu, Chairman, for me, because I had 3 hours at Broxtowe last night debating exactly the same thing. And unfortunately, Broxtowe Borough Council have buried their head in the sand. They've said, we're going to write to the Minister, Secretary of State. We're going to write to the Secretary of State and say, please defer it. What an utter nonsense. Of course the Secretary of State is not going to defer it. I asked them, I pleaded with them to engage with the process, even though you may not like it, engage and go with the county-only option. Because if you don't, then we are divided, we are split. And what will happen is the government will impose a solution which means that Broxtowe will be taken over by the city. And that is absolutely the last thing I want, and I speak as a former city councillor. The city hold, certainly Broxtowe, in utter contempt. Those of you that are followers of social media will have seen a post from a former senior member of the Labour group at the City Council who described Broxtowe as a rotten borough with meaningless suburban towns. And you want us to go in with them? Well, you don't, I don't think, as a county council, but unfortunately there are borough councils and district councils across the county that do want us to go in with a group of people that think we're rotten and we're meaningless. So what sort of service would we get from people who think we are rotten and meaningless? I will never, ever vote to go into the city. And I told my group leader that, and I said, if you come to a different conclusion as a group, I will not vote with you. I made it quite clear. I will not vote with you because I'm putting the interests of my meaningless suburban towns, as far as the city are concerned,
ahead of anything else that you might say. They'll be quite happy to come along to those suburban towns and pillage us for everything they can get from us. Oh, they'll be quite happy to do that, to prop up their failing services, and the leader has already outlined what a catastrophe, what a basket case the City Council is. Oh, I've only just got started, Chair. I've only just got started. So, to those that say you've got to go into the city, that's the only option for you, you rotten borough, I say no, no, no.
Thank you. Councillor Wilmot.
Yes, thank you, Chairman, for letting me to speak on this very, very emotive situation. I note, but I really do note the interim plan for the reorganisation of local government in Nottinghamshire and Nottingham. I hope they get it right, because if they do not, the only people that will suffer will be the people of Nottinghamshire in our towns and villages. There is so much difference in the way districts are governed to the way unitary authorities are governed. Some have serious deprivation and financial issues, while others have resources that other councils will be glad to get their hands on. What worries me is that some areas will get left behind with decisions being made by governing bodies who have no idea of the problems in our areas. The trouble is, government is saying bigger is better. That might be right for areas that are prospering at present, but what about towns and villages with high unemployment, serious mental health issues, no job prospects, and areas with a lack of public services, including doctors' surgeries and dentists, and lack of transport? District councils are close to their constituents and know their problems and are able to deliver the services that they require urgently. Will this new system work? Only time will tell. But a change of this proportion will take time and to settle down. And while that is happening, will it affect the desperate services that people require? We will see, but I think it will. The report says under the proposed new system, there will still be two authorities delivering our services. One, the strategic authority, and the other, the principal authority. Again, a two-tier system, with neither organisations close enough to make considered decisions on areas far, far away. Now let's look at the planning decisions. It is proposed that the strategic authority were making the decisions on our planning. How can they so far away from our area, discuss that issues when the people out there in our areas know exactly what they want? Well, they're making the decision, of course, from the nice ivory towers. So will housing be rubber stamped and taking no notice of public opinion? That we have to see. One of the criteria set out against which proposals for local government reorganisation will be assessed is in F, which shows new unitary structures should enable stronger community engagement and deliver genuine opportunity for neighbourhood empowerment. How are you going to do that? Making decisions from ivory towers many miles from the front line, and I'm told with many less councillors in place. I see that you are bringing in a private company for technical support, and they are to develop and appraise potential options for local government reorganisation. So why bother in asking the district councils on their views if you've already given the job to a private commissioning group whose views I'm sure you will take seriously? You have already said you will be making cuts to save money. How many jobs will that mean? And do not forget, many of our people have worked many years in this authority and other authorities. Now some of them will be thrown on the scrap heap. One more thing, Chairman. I wonder what the final financial figures will be for this local government reorganisation. I may feel that it may be staggering. Now, I've got a report here from the DCN network, which describes the current focus on the creation of a small number of larger councils as a short-term cost-saving exercise. They're dead right. that will fail to address the issues facing local government. At worst, it will be a hugely costly and disruptive process that will simply create larger versions of semi-functional or dysfunctional arrangements that aren't delivering for those that need it in the most for the nation as a whole. The government expects reorganisation proposals to be ready by the 21st of March. That's nice and thankful, isn't it, giving us all that time. The report argues that the rapid timetable has restricted the bandwidth of local government, preventing the development of ambitious proposals. It raises the concern that the final outcome could be driven by risk aversion rather than innovation. The report also calls for flexibility over the 500,000 minimum population size of the new councils. A place-based approach is vital, as it is understanding that places all need different approaches.
Time's up, Councillor Wilmot.
Thank you very much. But,
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
very clear.
I don't think it'll work.
And Councillor Bradley.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm paying attention, forgive me. I drifted off there for some reason. Firstly, it's right to do local government reform and restructuring. We've talked about this for a long time. I've been a proponent of it for a long time, having been both a district and a county councillor. We all know and see the challenges of having invisible barriers between services that we want to deliver, whether that is trying to deliver social care in social housing where we cannot access the two, whether it's planning for housing over there and planning the infrastructure over there between different authorities that don't talk to each other. Nobody would design the system how it is now, and it needs to change if it's going to be viable and sustainable for the future. So that is right. There are questions about the timing of this. It's difficult for us because our elections are in the middle of it, which is never easy. The pace that government are asking us to go at is incredibly ambitious, and I'm not sure is entirely achievable for some of those fast-track councils who are meant to do this in 12 months. But there will never be a good time, there will never be a good way. I am pleased that we're biting the bullet and getting on with this. I also think it's right that we consider all of the options. So John Wilmot refers to consultants doing some work. We have to do that because we have to understand the implications of what each of these options mean in practice and what it is we're deciding on when we come to make decisions. That work is what's in this report, and that's what we're deciding on, John. So it is all entirely visible and democratic. But we have got to consider all of those options. Now, some of those options, as we've considered them and as they've come and they exist in this report, we can look at and say that ain't going to work, quite frankly. The finances is often misunderstood and isn't entirely covered in some of this work. I would pick on the Rushcliffe into the city version of this as an example where even Mansfield District Council voted to support putting Rushcliffe into a city boundary, which would make the council, the Northern Council that included Mansfield, then entirely financially unviable. Where you take the tax base away and leave all the service need still there. Who is paying for it? How are you paying for it? There needs to be an understanding of the long-term implications of some of these decisions. And we've seen in Northampton, for example, that by not thinking through some of those things, you end up with a council that is not viable from day one because you've not really thought this through. So that kind of time to consider and that sense of the implications for the services and the finances of the councils that come next is far more important in this conversation than the politics of it. That's why we have to get beyond elections. That's why we have to take a long-term view. It's why we have to be pragmatic about the options that we propose at this stage. But the leader is absolutely right. There's only one on here right now that is viable from my perspective. I cannot ask residents to accept worse quality services as a result of these changes. I cannot ask residents who are currently receiving good rated children's services to go into an authority that has inadequate children's services. I cannot ask residents who might live in Councillor Owen's ward and have a really good library service to put their library under the control of an authority that is overtly shutting libraries. That is not fair and not right. So we have to consider the outcomes for those residents first and foremost in this. The only option in these papers that doesn't do that to residents is the option of unitary on a county boundary. Now we know, we're pragmatic about this, government probably wants to extend the city. We know the city wants to extend the city. We know we're probably going to get pushed into that conversation at some point. But we should be absolutely firm that we will not accept for any of our residents in any of our districts the option that puts them in a worse place, paying more for worse services. That should not be acceptable to any of us. And that's why what's on the documents today is the only option we can and should endorse. whatever happens next has to last for the long term. It has to be something that is viable over many decades. The last restructuring of local government happened in 1974. It has been there for 51 years. This will last 51 years. It is an exciting opportunity, if done well, alongside devolution and changes through our structures and decision-making, changes in our funding models, all the way down the system to deliver really significant reform, to deliver really significant improvement, to tackle some of the challenges I mentioned that are there because of the barriers between services, to be more cost efficient and effective and spend our money on services instead of administration, and to do things better if it's done right. But if it's done in an arbitrary way in order to tackle people's political views and to lump some boxes in, some districts in, because it's easier than really thinking about what the boundaries might look like or what the implications might be, it will not be right. It will give people worse services at the end of it. So in order for this to last for the long term, the only way we can do this, as far as I'm concerned, is to unitarise on the county boundary, to have a position where we can then have an equal set of services, councils that deliver the same services in both city and county, that can then have a sensible conversation and a proper review around a boundary and what that might look like and where it might sit, recognising the way that local communities identify themselves. It might be right that parts of Gedling go in, but it's certainly not right that Ravenshead is, because that would be Mansfield, as far as they're concerned. We have to consider all these factors, and it has to take time. We have to have a pragmatic approach, and that's why this option in this document is the only thing that we can and should endorse at this stage. We'll have more sensible conversations in the long term to get this right.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like a concern genuinely covered off. Nottingham City pretty much has a population of circa 300,000, county 700,000. From my understanding, the government are pretty much mandating 500,000 each. So if your preferred option is the donut of county and city, will that give unelected bureaucrats a green light to pick off our surrounding towns like West Bridgford and Hucknall, etc.? Please do come back to me on that. I'm generally keen to know what you feel on that and what you think. I speak today as not only as a councillor, but someone who cares deeply about our community, localism and democracy, and our right to govern ourselves. I say this loud and clear. Over my dead body will I allow Hucknall to be torn away from Ashfield just to prop up Labour's bankrupt Nottingham City Council. The Labour government's latest scheme for local government reorganisation is nothing more than a desperate attempt to centralise power to cover up years of financial mismanagement. They want to scrap district and borough councils in favour of giant, remote, unitary authorities. They claim this will be simpler and cheaper, but when has bigger government ever been more efficient? And now we hear whispers that Hucknall could be forcibly split from Ashfield and merged with Nottingham. This is an outright betrayal of Hucknall, which has been part of Ashfield for over 5 decades. We have hard fought for investment, and we refuse to be used as a bargaining chip to fix Nottingham City's financial disaster. Let's be clear on what this means for us. Local voices will be silenced. Right now, Ashfield District is close to its residents. Under a unitary system, Hucknall will just be another number in a council of over 500,000 people, or maybe many more. Do you really think our voices will be heard? Services will suffer. A distant, centralised authority will mean fewer resources for street cleaning, housing, leisure centre, community safety. Decision makers will not understand our local needs. It won't save money. It will cost more. Every time this has been tried elsewhere, the promised savings never materialise. Instead, we get huge transitional costs, expensive consultants and redundancy payouts. It's a power grab by Labour, trying to make Labour-only controlled councils forevermore. Hucknall must not be sacrificed to save Nottingham City. Nottingham City Council is bankrupt because of its own reckless spending and silly policies. Now they want to drag Hucknall into their mess. I won't stand for it, and neither will our residents. The real issue isn't how councils are structured, it's the fact they've been financially strangled for over a decade. Instead of reorganisation, we need fair funding so councils can deliver our services residents expect and deserve. Ashfield has shown what a well-run district council can achieve, investing in leisure centres, town centres and housing, despite constant cuts from central government. Imagine what we could do if we were actually funded properly. I will fight this tooth and nail. I don't want to let an unelected bureaucrat or politicians in bankrupt Nottingham City decide Hucknall's future. And to the local residents, I say this: in 6 weeks, vote for those who will stand up for Hucknall. If others want to force this through, make sure they pay the price at the ballot box. Local democracy matters. Our town's future is worth fighting for. And the Ashfield Independents, we will fight for Hucknall.
Thank you, Councillor Waters. We have 12 speakers on the list. If everyone speaks for that length of time, it will take us over an hour. Just need to bear that in mind with the decisions we're taking and the items on the agenda. And so the next person on the list is Councillor Gowland.
Thank you. I have to stand up and speak as probably, I suspect, the resident who actually lives in this county nearest to the city. There's been a lot said about how if Rushcliffe is removed from the county, some of the areas that in the other parts of the county will not be able to survive financially. That's the point, right? That's the point. The city can't survive financially because it's removed from its major tax base by the arrangements that were made in 1997 by a previous Tory government. And frankly, if you look at the boundaries of the city, it would never, ever work. The way the people have talked, somebody's mentioned the city calling the county or part of the county a rotten borough. The language that has been used about the city is appalling. Right. Where I live, there are people moving both ways across that boundary. People talk about people from West Bridgford and Rushcliffe going to work in the city. People from the city come the other way. They come to work in Rushcliffe and provide our services that we couldn't live without. This way of talking about our neighbours, our friends, part of our community is not right. It feels like we're living in the Hunger Games, really. Rushcliffe with its gold-paved streets and the city as to be, dirt that can be just ignored. That's right. Now, where we should be, personally, I think, it's not 500,000, it's 500,000 minimum, I understand. I think we should just be one big borough, the whole thing together. We're an ecosystem, we're all together, and it should be all brought together in one greater Nottinghamshire. But this way of talking about the city is just not right about our neighbours, our friends, our family in many cases.
Thank you, Councillor Gowland. Councillor Camilleri.
Yes. We're at a crucial juncture in deciding the future of the local government in Nottingham and Nottinghamshire. It's really important. The decision we make today will have lasting consequences for public services, social care and the financial health of our councils. That is why I stand firmly in support of option 2, the only viable choice that ensures stability, efficiency and long-term sustainability for our region. Let's talk about the cost. Local government reorganisation must not become an exercise in financial recklessness. We've seen what happens there. The City Council's well-documented history of staggering financial mismanagement has led to a mountain of debt, one that will drag down any new partners into the same pit of economic instability. The closure of services, overspending and failure to maintain financial control have become their legacy. Option 2 is the only path that shields the wider region from this financial contagion. We must not allow one's council failures to dictate the economic future of an entire county. That will happen. Now let's consider social care. Adult and children's services are the backbone of our communities. Disrupting these critical services through unnecessary restructuring is a direct risk to the most vulnerable among us. The safeguarding of children and adults at risk must not become collateral damage in a bureaucratic experiment. The expertise, workforce stability and service continuity provided under option 2 ensure that social care remains effective and accountable. Any alternative that disaggregates these services will only weaken them, creating confusion, delays and serious risks to those who rely on them most. That is true. Continuity is the key. The public expects their local government to function seamlessly, not to be thrown into chaos by a forced merger of incompatible structures. A unitary council for Nottinghamshire, separate from the city, allows for clear governance, reduced disruption, and the ability to build upon a proven framework. This ensures that we continue to deliver high-quality services without the upheaval and inefficiencies that the other options present. But let's go further. Let's talk about fairness. The financial strength of Nottinghamshire is built upon balance. The wealthier parts of the county, such as Rushcliffe and Newark, provide the economic backbone that helps support areas like Mansfield and Ashfield, ensuring that no part of our region is left behind. Any suggestion of splitting the county into separate North and South unitary authority would be a disaster. I heard that at Mansfield District Council the other night and I couldn't believe it. We all know it to be a disaster. We've got no money up north, so to speak. We rely on places like Rushcliffe. It's crazy. The north simply would not have the capacity resources to sustain itself. In effect, we wouldn't have one bankrupt council, we'd have two. It would be an economic suicide. And is it any wonder? The majority of Labour-led councils up and down the country are in a financial ruin. They overspend, mismanage, and then come cap in hand to the government asking for bailouts. Common sense and history tell us this. Labour-run councils fail, always. We cannot allow Nottinghamshire to fall into this trap. I dug out an old leaflet of mine from 1984, and on my leaflet it says, all Labour councils overspend, they spend your money, they're good at it. The same thing applies today. That was nearly 40 years ago, and the same thing applies today. So we can't allow Nottinghamshire to fall into the same trap. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a moment to put principles before politics. Have we got any principles? Before politics. We cannot afford to take unnecessary risks with public money. Are you listening? You can't take unnecessary risks with public money, which happens. Yeah, with essential services and with the future of our local government, option 2 is the responsible choice. It safeguards financial stability, protects social care and guarantees continuity for residents across Nottinghamshire. Let's make the right decision today, if you dare. Let's stand for a future that's both sustainable and secure, which it is, and it will be if we take this one. Let's stand for common sense, for fiscal responsibility and for the people of Nottinghamshire. Thank you.
Councillor Cavalleri. Councillor Oliver, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think for the first time ever since I've sat on this council, I've agreed with Councillor Owen. So there's a first for everything. I refuse to watch Broxtowe be carved up to serve the interests of Nottingham City Council, put bluntly. Their financial recklessness, their years of poor leadership and their total failure to manage their own affairs must not become our burden. Let me make one thing absolutely clear. I will fight tooth and nail to stop Broxtowe from being forced into a unitary authority that does nothing for our residents, but everything for those trying to cling to power in Nottingham. Why should we pay for their mistakes? We have seen this before. Nottingham City Council has lurched from one disaster to another. Financial mismanagement, failed schemes like Robin Hood Energy, and reckless borrowing that has left them on the brink of collapse. Now, instead of fixing their own mess, they want to drag us down with them. This forced reorganisation is not about making services better. It's not about making things more efficient. It's about taking well-run boroughs like Broxtowe and treating them as a lifeline for a failing council. If this goes ahead, here's what it means for us. Our identity will be wiped out. Broxtowe has its own character, its own priorities, and its own way of doing things. A remote mega council won't care about that. Decisions that should be made here in our community will be dictated from Nottingham city centre. Our services will decline. Look at Nottingham's record. Their social services have struggled. Their finances are in free fall, and their ability to deliver for residents has collapsed. Why should we believe they will do a better job for Broxtowe than they actually have for themselves? It won't save money. It'll cost us more. The promise of efficiency is a con. Every council reorganisation in history has come with massive costs, redundancies, legal fees, consultants, and a chaotic transition that leaves residents waiting even longer for services. This is a blatant political move. This is about Labour trying to take control of more areas, not about what's best for Broxtowe. They have mismanaged Nottingham City, and now they see our borough as an easy target to plug the gaps. This is a truth they will not or never admit. The crisis in local government isn't about structure, it's about money. Councils have been left to struggle with less and less funding while being expected to do more and more. Instead of pushing through a reckless and destructive merger, the government should be ensuring that the councils, like Broxtowe, get the financial support that they need to deliver real improvement. We don't need to be part of a unitary authority to deliver better services. We need fair funding and the ability to make decisions ourselves and not just be dictated by Nottingham. Broxtowe residents will not be pushed around. I want to be clear, Broxtowe will not be sacrificed to save Nottingham City Council. We will not sit quietly while they try to dismantle our borough and to solve their own failures. And this is not just a political battle. It is about the future of our community. Every resident of Broxtowe deserves to have their voice heard. And I will fight to make sure we keep the right to govern ourselves. In 6 weeks, local residents will have the chance to send a message, stand with those who will protect Broxtowe or reject this forced takeover. Make sure that those who would trade away our borough for their own political gain are held accountable. We will not be ignored at Broxtowe, we will not be taken for granted, and we will not allow Broxtowe to be absorbed into Nottingham City against our will. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And Councillor Adams.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I appreciate that. I just really want to talk a bit about where we currently are, and what's obvious is the districts currently connect very well with the county. We share many different things in terms of the county council is the deals with the waste disposal. The collection, as we know, is done by the borough. In my own area, there's a school called Carlton Willows that has just had £14 million spent on it from this Nottinghamshire County Council. All bow to you, Keith. All bow to you. However, it's not just Keith. There's lots of people doing a fantastic job in delivering that. But thank you anyway. And that's what I mean. I mean, we have many, many shared services. This 3.3 million that Councillor Smith and everybody else was talking about earlier, that's, in my part, going to resurface a section of bridge between Morrison's and Netherfield in the A612, which is a big deal to residents for me at the moment. Again, we have that relationship already with highways. How that could be further improved for me is where highways starts to look after road sweeping. And one of the biggest issues we have in Gedling, and been an existing issue for a long time, has been the roads don't get swept. And the byproduct of that detritus ends up in the gullies get blocked. And as a result of that, we end up spending an ever-increasing budget in the gully cleansing team, which has been a phenomenon. I think some 70-odd thousand gullies cleaned in the last year. That's happened as a result of needing to clean those. If you integrate the road sweeping with the gully cleansing, suddenly, if the roads are kept swept, the gullies get less full, the budget from the gully cleansing reduces, the budget from the road sweeping increases, and you get a balance eventually that works for both. So again, it's proof that the two work together very well in libraries. We've just spent 27,000 in Burton Joyce Library. Again, working with, don't you say thank, with Inspire and Keith's team, obviously. And also in terms of adult and children's social care as well. And another thing that's come up, that's occurred to me as well, I know we've just managed to get £1 million in feasibility fund, which we applied for from the East Midlands Mayor. Let's slightly come off this for a second, but the people of Colic and the people of Carlton East would love a new bridge over the Fourth Chain Crossing. If any of that feasibility cash could come my way, that'd be fantastic. But the simple option, therefore, for us as a county is option 2. Option 2 keeps us all together. And I know how much we love spending time together, especially on full council day. So long may that continue, and long may it carry on in the joys that we've had today. The sad reality is there's confusion in the system. We had an MP on his Facebook yesterday claiming there's a 4th option to offer the residents of Gedling. The MP for Gedling said this. There could be a 4th option. There is no 4th option. We have 3 options and that's it. And we decide which option we take. And I think option 2 is the best one for all of us in this county. I'm the leader of the opposition at Gedling Council, and we put an amendment in yesterday for Gedling to have an emphasis on option 2. Labour voted against it. We then have the independents, the Lib Dems came up with one, which was to remove Gedling out of any possible future deal. Labour voted against it. And finally, the deal of all 3 options came through, and actually we voted against that because I'll be honest, I don't want Gedling in the mix. I don't want Gedling in the mix. I don't want it in the possible conversations of being asset stripped in order to fund a city council, or whatever that is, however that relationship works. I don't want that because I'll be honest, this city council have let their residents down time after time. And Councillor Garland, you mentioned about us all being friends and all, singing and hanging out and being buddies and all that. Look, they keep voting time and time again for a failed administration. Time and time again. No matter what they've done, the £50 million blown on Robin Hood Energy, the 20 million quid they stuck in the wrong fund that was meant to go in a housing fund. They've failed time and time again. Those residents keep electing them. They keep electing them. So what you're saying is we should give them some relief and help them out under those circumstances. I feel incredibly sad they keep voting no. Why don't they change it? Why don't they change it? Why should it be up to us to financially secure their futures? But there's an interesting point about that as well. Nottingham City Council's leadership has come out and said in 2027, 2028, they will be financially sustainable. Yes, it did. So if they're going to be financially sustainable in 27, 28, there is no need for them to take on any other council because they will be fine as they are. And I know it's a tough thing to take them on their word considering their history. But look,
time's up, Mike.
Thank you very much indeed,
minutes.
Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Fold.
Yeah. Sorry, excuse me. Yes, thank you, Chairman. Just to say first, just to remind you that in 2013, when Labour were in administration here, we almost got into a situation where we actually developed a combined authority, which is in some ways kind of quite similar to what we're looking at now. Not with the Mayor understanding. It got very, very close and it failed. Very last minute and actually for reasons that we won't go into now. But if we'd carried on and continued to do that, I do believe that actually now the East Midlands generally and Nottinghamshire particularly would be in a much better financial position now. So I think just to bear that in mind in terms of what a combined authority can actually do. I just want to say as well, I think this inflammatory language about city takeover and absorption is extremely unhelpful. My understanding is this, and correct me if I'm wrong, that there will be 2 new unitary councils, and everybody in this council chamber, if they wish to, could stand for a seat in that unitary council. So why are we talking just endlessly about the city? It just makes no sense to me. But anyway, just one other thing as well to respond to Councillor Camilleri. It's not just Labour councils that go bust or get into financial difficulty, not by any stretch of the imagination. Just to give you 2, both Thurrock and Northamptonshire were Tory when they went bust, and it all happened during Tory government austerity. So a lot of this is down to poor funding from decades, and especially from the most recent Tory governments. that we're cutting council's budgets to the bone. Right, I'm going to start my speech now, excuse me. Right, so whatever comes of the ongoing local government reorganisation, the priority for this Labour group is ensuring high quality services and sustainable delivery for our residents. This has got to be the guiding principle of any proposal. And several people have said that just now, but what followed actually was a party political kind of argument that didn't kind of make sense if that's the principle you're going to take. While I acknowledge that a lot of useful preliminary work is being completed by our consultants and officers, there's still much more detailed work to be completed before we have a clear picture of which, if any, of the proposals present as the most viable option for our residents. Everyone in this chamber has received the same briefing on the criteria that's been assessed so far with regards to the current proposals. And we can see that these are estimates at best and in no way represent the final analysis of viability. And the reason for this is that the government has not asked for final proposals now. What has been requested by the Minister for the 21st of March is an interim plan, a progress report, not a concrete proposal. And we certainly haven't been asked to endorse a specific proposal as it's been set out in the recommendations of this report. So why do that now? So the Labour group can't support this. We need to keep an open mind on all these things. And I absolutely agree that we cannot go down the kind of worst quality services line. That's exactly what we want to avoid too. Paragraph 15 in your report states, the interim plan is a progress report to government rather than a formal proposal. And at paragraph 17, leaders recognised that given the partial nature of the analysis, further potential proposals may emerge. For these to be taken forward, they would need to meet the criteria. That is in your report. And a key paragraph for me in the report and our group is paragraph 30. This council is mindful of its public sector equality duty and the significant impact the local government reorganisation may have on those with protected characteristics, including residents, employees and others. Developing a clearer view of the potential impacts of proposed options within the interim plan will be a priority as part of the next stage in this process. So why endorse one now? It's contradictory in your report. Clearly, there are different views across Nottinghamshire. We know that about how the unitaries will be best structured. But since a final decision doesn't need to be made until November, after a full analysis and public consultation being completed, so why do it now? But what is front and centre of our position is that whatever form the unitary takes, it has to be taken for residents and they must be considered and widely agreed. Okay. So, nobody has seen the comparative data around geography, community and financial viability or cost benefit of the three interim proposals. So to reiterate, it is our job as local councillors, listen, look at the evidence, we haven't seen it yet, and do what is best for our residents. We must always keep our focus on those represent, the services we provide, and not on simply protecting our own spheres of power and influence, and that's what's going on in this chamber today. For now, it means keeping all options on the table and waiting for more information, guidance and public consultation before making a firm commitment to any of the proposals.
Thank you. Just on 5 minutes. Councillor Moxon, please.
Go on, Moxon. That was one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to support the recommendation of these papers, in particular the endorsement of option C, or as it otherwise known as option 2. Now, apart from those who are studious enough to follow local politics like us here in this all-new council chamber, the average person in our divisions perhaps won't realise what LGR is all about and may well be thinking, how's it going to affect me? And that is particularly relevant to my residents in Mansfield East. All the talk about whether Broxtowe moves into the city or whether Rushcliffe remains on its own. It would be easy for Mansfield residents to think, what's that got to do with me? Indeed, that is pretty much what the Mansfield Mayor said only a few days ago when he was asked about what the villagers of Rushcliffe have in common with Nottingham City. That's nothing to do with Mansfield. But it is. It affects all residents across Nottinghamshire, whether your area is to move into the city or not. Now, why anyone would want to be associated with Nottingham City is beyond me, and as others have said, and will say, any district that moves into the city is almost certainly going to be worse off due to the long-standing problems and well-publicised problems at Nottingham City. But those areas that don't move into the city, such as Mansfield, will be worse off too. By keeping the entire county together on the current county council boundaries, it ensures that we avoid higher taxes in the north of the county
where there are higher levels of deprivation, which means that those areas rely more heavily on public services. And so that Northern Council is likely to have a weaker tax base, and that could lead to either larger increases in council tax in that Northern Council, or a reduction in services, or perhaps more worryingly, both. Now, those reasons alone should be good enough for us to agree to endorse option 2. And for my residents in Mansfield East to know why a county-wide unitary is the best option for them. But that's not all. Not only is option 2 better for my residents, it's also cheaper. Option 2 is £8 million cheaper than the other options just on the transition costs alone, and then £2 million per year cheaper. That's an ongoing saving. They aren't my figures, they are figures in the report from PricewaterhouseCoopers. The Labour government has decided that the status quo isn't an option. They are forcing the ending of district councils, and we have to go down the route of unitaries, like it or not. So if we are going to have to go down that route, then let's do the option that benefits our residents the most. I know that given the options, my residents would prefer the extra £2 million a year to be spent on their services, not on extra costs to effectively help bail out Nottingham City. My residents quite like to visit the libraries they've got, like the Great Library in Forest Town, which is, like many smaller libraries across the county, used as a community hub as well as the library. But that could be at risk with a breakup of the county. The support of bus services that provide a vital lifeline for many residents, such as the number 16 bus that goes through Forest Town, through to Councillor Carlton's division, as well as the famous 141, which passes by the Bellamy Estate through Rainworth all the way to Nottingham, and even drops off here at Oak House now. Right, absolutely. And then there are the great children's and adult services that we've heard about. We have, including the building of the new SEND school just over the border from my division. My residents don't want to risk losing them, and the best way of protecting those services and even enhancing those services is by supporting the county-only option 2. And therefore, I'll be wholeheartedly supporting this recommendation. Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you, and well within time, that's appreciated. Councillor Hollis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think it's been said by others, but ultimately I don't knock on a door and somebody say, oh, Tom, forget the potholes, forget everything that I'm going through, forget helping me getting my kid into school or whatever the problem might be. Let's talk about local reorganisation. The simple fact is nobody's ever done that in what I've been the councillor since 2011. And I am extremely frustrated that this topic's even being debated. You know, we've got a highly funded chief executive, a highly able chief executive, and some great senior officers across the county as well as our own here. And their time is being completely swallowed up by this, almost exclusively. And I think it's a shame, and I think we've got so many other problems. You know, members will know that I'm very passionate about children's services and various other projects. That's the kind of thing we need to be spending time on. And I think the simple fact is reorganisation never works. You know, most recently Somerset, surprise, surprise, they've got financial problems. Cornwall, Devon, they're looking at reintroducing the old council boundaries as so-called community boundaries, which are exactly the same as the old districts, because they can't cope. And I also feel like I kind of live in a twilight zone listening to Conservative members. And I appreciate it's a Labour government doing it now, but it's something the last Conservative government really pushed through. I mean, we had to listen to, oh, let's make this super council, let's do this, let's do that. And we got it stopped. You know, I think the independents, I think everybody acknowledged, we're a big advocate against it, and the super council got stopped. The battle we lost is EMCCA got created. And I think, I don't know what kind of world everybody's living in, but we will have a two-tier structure. You know, I'm a younger member. When I'm sat here in 30, 40 years' time and everybody else is retired, we'll just be simply looking at a two-tier structure that is far bigger. And I will give a bit of wisdom, because my job's not to represent EMCCA. I'm sat on the governance board. And let me tell you, every week I go in that building, they are talking about taking council housing. They are talking about taking police. They're talking about taking fire. They've even started a discussion about social care. They want to take those things, not from Nottinghamshire, from a new combined authority. They're a step ahead. And this is two-tier government on a larger scale. And anybody that wants to delve it up as devolution is buffoonery. It's centralisation. We're getting a few crumbs from government, but resources are being taken from us. I mean, Conservative members, when I'm talking to them in corridors, I think there's been some delusion that Nottinghamshire County Council is absorbing all these things. And even in this twilight zone where we're talking about option 2 here, I mean, we're not talking about options at this stage anyway. I appreciate they want to put a recommendation, but I think we all know we're not at that stage yet. But even with option 2, fundamentally doesn't work. The government have asked us to make a unitary proposal, or they'll do it for us. The main criteria is it must be £500,000. If we have a unitary, the City Council isn't £500,000. So that is off the table straight away. Everybody here's worked that out. I don't know what world we're living in. And it's frustrating because I'm proud, and member after member stood up and said the northern parts of the county are struggling. Well, that isn't the books that I'm looking at, Ashfield, and the proof's in the pudding. There's 3 councils in the whole country that have frozen council tax. Ashfield was one of them. Not a single one of those were a Labour authority, so I can agree with the manager of the finances there. But only 2 Conservative authorities froze council tax. 1 Ashfield independent one did. I'm proud of it. And we've not just stopped services. You know, drive down the road, we've built a new swimming pool on Hucknall Leisure Centre. We provide an Ashfield show. We put fireworks on. Other councils are cutting events. You know, we do a spring clean. All these things that I'm proud of. You know, around Kingsmill Res and the County Council this morning been talking about the adventure base, forgetting that's a very, very small part of the overall site. You'll be able to go and rent a pedalo there in a few weeks' time, and you can go and sit in a nice restaurant and all the other stuff that Ashfield District Council have done as part of the larger site. And it's great. But it's very frustrating that we have to talk about this reorganisation. I think ultimately it's a mess. It's something that people will regret. I think the proposal 2 will never happen. And I think we need to start thinking about actually how we carve up the pieces of the remaining options and what's best for us. Likely to be a west and an east. But thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate all the time in this discussion.
Thank you, Councillor Hollis. Councillor Kerry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A few of the things that I was going to talk about, the leaves, other things, some recycling have already been spoken about, so I won't repeat that. I will focus straight away on something that Councillor Hollis said, and I believe that he's correct, that if we don't submit our proposals, that government will do their own thing. They absolutely will do. And that's why when I was at Broxtowe Council's meeting last night, I was stunned to find that the hard left, ex-Labour, currently named Labour Independent Alliance, and the Labour group, and the independent councillors there, including Councillor Williamson and Councillor Carr, I believe, voted with Labour to ask to write to the government to ask them to delay this. They're not going to do that. So it leaves the government open to be able to do what they want with Broxtowe and Gedling or Rushcliffe, whichever their wish is, and do exactly what you do not want to happen. And to see our services, has been well explained, will reduce. I want to ask a question to the leader, if he's aware of something. There's something that's distasteful for me that the city have, and I don't like it. I think it's anti-business, it's anti, jobs, all that kind of stuff, and that's the workplace parking levy.
Yeah.
Where's that in all this? So, Broxtowe, Gedling, Rushcliffe, do you really want the workplace parking levy and lose your jobs? No. So, that's all I'm going to say. I agree with much of what's done. Thank you, Councillor Owen. The way you alluded it was really good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kerry. Councillor Creamer.
Thank you, Chairman. Not quite ready to start. There's been some good points made, some daft ones. But I'm here to represent the people, the division of Carlton West, me and my mate here. This document, Gedling isn't going to exist. County's not going to exist. The city's not going to exist. It seems to have turned into a city-bashing exercise today. And I want to know what's best for Carlton West when all this is finally sorted out. Now, the point about that is this doesn't give me anything at all. Because as Councillor Kerry has said in one respect, and I agree with Councillor Hollis as well, that if we don't put forward something, then they'll do what they like. But if you actually look at the schedule item that you want to go with, well, that city doesn't fit it. It doesn't fit in with that one. So there's two criteria there. You're sending to the minister to say, oh, well, forget it, we'll do what we like. We should have talked more with the city. We should have sorted out something before this. And the big boys, if you like, ought to be leading the debate with the districts as well, not to be ignored, because many, many good points have been made about a local democracy. The more local, the better. But when this is all done, I want my roads repaired by either whatever the new authority's name is, because it's not the county and it's not the city. I want my residents to be cared for by not the city, not the county, but by the new authority. And this gives me no idea what it's going to look like, because you've handed this straight to the minister. Instead of actually doing something positive and working it out, you've actually worked totally against what the minister's guidelines are. We're not in it alone. We're in it with Nottingham, we're in it with the county, we're in it with Derbyshire, we're with the rest of the country. It's not something that the government says, oh, hey, we'll just help Nottingham out by giving them extra money. That's another illusion you're putting forward by certain people here, that it's just a scam. Whether we like it or not, and I'm not particularly happy about it and the speed of it, it's a national thing. It's happening all over the country. And we ought to be working together with the city, together with the districts, instead of busy bashing each other on the head. It's not just us guilty of it, there's members in the city as well. And it's my residents I'm more interested for in 2, 3, 4 years' time, when we have to represent them on whoever. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Creamer. We still have 8 speakers plus us new winder-uppers, so just bear that in mind, and we'll go to Councillor McGrath, please.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Just to, as Councillor Owen said, right, I was at Broxtowe last night as well, and what we really went for, I'm sure Councillor Williamson will agree, is we went for a more pragmatic approach. So that's why we decided to write to the government and see how they feel. I am with Philip on, well, it's no good laughing, I'm going to tell you the truth. I don't just muck about, right? So I agree with Philip what he's saying. What is in front of us now is something that's going to happen anyway. So what concerns me is a number of things. I was born in Stapleford, I'll die in Stapleford, and to join the city to me means nothing. Because every town in Broxtowe has got its own little community. And that community associates to the people that's in that community. What I also can't believe is the way Labour, and I've been a member for 35 years, have tried to force this down everyone's throat, right, and saying, this is happening, that's happening, without consultation or nothing, and not aware of how people feel about the local community. So what I will do, whether I'm allowed to, Philip, I'll go with option 2, because I believe that's the only way forward. But on that will take a lot of time, planning and everything. And I'm beginning to wonder, is it another white elephant? And we know what happens to white elephants. They fall down. Similar to HS2, I think most of us in here were all for HS2. I know I was, and that got shot down. Well, most of us, right, and that got shot down. I think we've created another white elephant. So I will go with option 2. Thank you.
Councillor McGrath. Councillor Zadrozny.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I find myself in a strange position here because obviously we've been debating this as leaders for a long time. And I think it's a difficult position because obviously it's unnecessary for us to choose a preference at this stage, which is what we did at Ashfield, we followed the request of the Minister, which is an invitation to collaborate, which of course most of the work does, but because of how we phrased it at Ashfield without specifically picking or endorsing a recommendation, we were able to get cross-party consensus across the chamber to work with all of the principles that were set out and have been agreed in the leaders' meetings. And of course, I think we still very much agree with the principles that I mean, none of us want to do this. My politics is very much that communities should have decisions made to them as close as possible, and big councils don't do that, and they certainly don't do it well. But that over the next 6 months, after members have written today, the actual deadline for endorsing a plan or a map is November, and I think all members know that. So the actual real work starts after this, when we start looking at maps and boundaries and communities, demography and everything else. So it's almost a false debate, and by endorsing a specific recommendation, and I know my colleagues here from Broxtowe will be likely to vote a different way from me because they see this as a way to keep Broxtowe out of the city. I'm not entirely sure that's necessary at this point because we are nowhere near that debate. The debate is, can we, despite all our reservations, and despite me certainly not being a protagonist for local government reorganisation, I think it's a disaster waiting to happen, that we can work together in a grown-up way, behind the scenes, find a real evidence base, and talk about things that matter. All of those things we've mentioned: adult social care, kids in care, dignity in older age, provision of foster carers, and everything else. I think a lot of those things will take care of themselves because they have to. There's not anybody sat around the leaders' tables really caring about which way communities identify. So for me, the principles have been very clear. Not one unitary authority, we all agreed on that. I must even disagree, Councillor Hollis and who else mentioned it? There was somebody else, Jim, I think, we're talking about handing this to the Minister because of numbers. It's not entirely true that it has to be 500,000 people. There is special circumstances where existing unitaries are about population, but that is a criteria that you've got to have special circumstances for if you're looking at a disparity, where you're creating one big council, one small, or one rich, one poor. I'm not sure we've been able to evidence that option 2 does this, which is why I think we shouldn't have endorsed an option. We should have endorsed going out and collating evidence. And therefore, I find myself in a position where I'm not entirely sure, even yet, what I'm going to do, because I think there's a lot more work to do. I was happy at Ashfield to say we'll all work together and skip off into the sunset while we try and pick the bones out of it. Luckily, we've not got really to the argument point. That's going to happen clearly over the summer when we start talking about the details. But there are a number of other things I find myself agreeing and disagreeing with members across the chamber. Councillor Moxon, I think, was really erudite how he explained his concerns for Mansfield, because they're really prevalent in Mansfield. I don't think they're about the level of local government. I think they're about a badly run council. I think the council's poorly run, and that's why Ashfield and Mansfield are almost demographically identical. We don't have those financial problems. We don't have those cutting services problems. We're freezing council tax. We've been endorsed by the LGA. I have as many worries about being with Mansfield, if it's a smaller council, and as many members have about being with the city. Who knows which way those elections go? Councillor Kerry mentioned a workplace levy. I've had the most senior Labour councillor in Ashfield announce if they win, they're going to bring in a ULEZ scheme for Nottinghamshire, which is even more terrifying. So I think it's not sensible for us all to fall out at this stage. I've said that in the leaders' meetings. There's a lot of work to do over the summer, and I endorse us doing that work because we're told we have to, and we have to make the best fist of it. I'm just disappointed in the way it's been wrangled in the paperwork today, because I don't think that serves what we're trying to achieve in the best way. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Zadrozny. Councillor Neil Clark.
Thank you, Chairman. I have an update for the Leader of the Council. He said 8,500 signatures in Rushcliffe. It's past 11,000 signatures in Rushcliffe. Mr. Chairman, we're not here to make civil servants' life easy in Whitehall or in government or. This needs to be considered carefully, which is why it's right that we look at, and recommendation 1 is saying that the options should be submitted. These recommendations constitute a final decision. That will take place on the 28th of November. For now, it's a direction of travel, a position statement, and this will enable further work to take place over the summer. But of the 3 options contained within the recommendations, option 2 is the right one for this council. Other councils may be proposing additional alternatives as well. But it is important that the current city and county boundary between them is maintained to ensure the high quality services are maintained. This should not be decided by civil servants in basement level 4 of Whitehall. We need to work locally for the residents, and it is, for me, Mr. Chairman, it's the residents that come first. The residents are the priority and the services that they receive, and we do not want to see any diminution of those services by virtue of any expansion of a new city authority. Indeed, despite many comments being made about financial failures, in fact, the city leader recently was saying that their finances are improving and should be on track in the next 2 or 3 years. So therefore, maybe their need isn't as great as they thought it was in terms of wanting other areas. Just finally, Mr. Chairman, population figures, I don't agree with them. They're using 2021 census figures. They're already 4 years out of date. By the time any new authority is formed, there'll be another 3 years out of date at least, maybe 4. So the figures will be 7 or 8 years out of date, and we know what the population is going to be because we've got the housing completion projections which tell us fairly accurately what they're going to be. Therefore, I repeat, Mr. Chairman, the residents come first. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to speak. It's smoke and mirrors. It's rushed. Absorption into the city, expansion of the city boundaries, the donut, Rushcliffe going with Gedling, Gedling's boundary backs here, right on the side of Ashfield, which is Hucknall, Bulwell at the back end of Hucknall. What better would it be for the city to actually absorb Hucknall into the city? So they would take Rushcliffe, it would take Gedling, it would take Hucknall, and then you'd have the natural boundary of Junction 27. Not on your life. Not on your life. However, we've got the moguls in Whitehall that will probably make this decision for us, because we will probably never come to a full agreement. Nobody, everyone in here will have their own opinion, and the City Council, as we've said, is completely bankrupt. The City Council will impose its workplace parking levy into those districts that will be absorbed into the city, whether we like it or not. And as far as I'm concerned, it is nothing more than a land grab. A land grab that the only way the government can see to get those 1.5 million houses built would be to absorb those districts that have come up with their own local plan to prevent those green belt spaces being built on, would be to actually dissolve those councils. So the local plan for those councils, whether it be Ashfield, whether it be Mansfield, whether it be Gedling or Rushcliffe, they will go through the window, absolutely go through the window. And the government will then say, here you go, boys, get on with it. Your car parking fees in Ashfield, where we are, 2 hours free, gone. £4 an hour. £4 an hour minimum, gone. Housing, social housing, is all run by the City Council. It's run by the City Council. If you've got a flat or a house that you want to rent out in the city, it is done through City Homes. In Ashfield, if you're an independent private landlord, you can put your house on the market. There are restrictions in different areas within Ashfield. Ashfield, I can talk about with abundance, that we have 100% council tax relief for those in benefit. That will go because the city imposes 25% on those residents within the city that are on lower income. We've got till November. Whether we're here in November is up to the people out there, regardless of what we think now. Whoever is in charge here will have to make that decision, come what may. The smoke and mirrors, speed, the rush for this is hiding over the cracks of mismanagement from this government. They've already taken away the heating allowance, which has now been swept away. We've forgotten about that. Let's forget about it. Maybe we need to have a look at this in a different way, Mr. Chairman. Maybe we need to dissolve the city and absorb some of their districts into ours. So, for instance, St Anne's going into Rushcliffe, maybe, and splitting it up that way. I'm just being a bit pedantic. But as far as I'm concerned, Hucknall will stay out of the city, as far as I'm concerned, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. And Councillor Henshaw, please.
Thanks for bringing me in, Chair. I'll be terse. I'm bearing in mind the timescales and what's happening. There's been a lot bandied about today about local government or local councils going bankrupt. Well, technically, and most people in this room should know that local councils, authorities cannot go bankrupt like an individual or a company. It means that sometimes that the expenditure will exceed, their proposed expenditure could exceed their income, right, which will make it unlawful. And it's been touched upon in relation to the political stripes of councils that have entered into a Section 114 agreement. And the colour of the council that sets forward and puts a 114 notice bears no resemblance to the political makeup, because there are councils of all political stripes who have had to put in for a 114 notice. There have been a Liberal Democrat, there have been councils of no overall control, there have been Labour councils, and there have been Conservative councils. And that is a fact. Just look on the local government association's website and it gives you a full list of every... Whereas the penny dropped, and I think it has, where does local government get its money? The majority of money comes from government grants, fees and charges, council tax. If you've had a situation for many years where the bulk of the money that comes from government is diminished, then that will put extreme challenges on any local authority, irrespective of who they are. But you have to remember that sometimes some local authorities, city councils, unitary authorities, have a lot of council functions that are statutory and are required to be provided by law, which makes them more susceptible when it comes down to losing government monies. My mate over there, Andre, is showing his leaflet from 1984, and was that when you were a Tory or when you were a Mansfield Independent, mate? I mean, I don't know. I mean, you've been around a long time, and I can remember a lot of your leaflets, and you know, and I'm saying it through the chair. Was it when you were a Conservative, or was it when you were a member of the Mansfield Independent Forum? Anyway, irrespective of that, I've had many debates on local government with Andre in the years. I remember him coming to our house, knocking on my door in the one elections in the 80s when he was a big Thatcherite, and I kept him talking for an hour and a half, and he never got to another door. So that's how bright he is, but he's a decent youth. I get on with him all right. You know. Yeah, I know. I'm glad the penny's dropped about local government finance, and I agree with Ben. I think when you come to it, you've got to look at the reorganisation of local government for the future. I mean, I can remember 1974. I went for a job with Warsop Urban District Council. In them days, we were fit, and I used to be a bath attendant, lifeguard. So, and I went in and sat there with all these old councillors that have been around for donkey's years, and they're all worried because Warsop Urban District Council was going to be abolished, and this big nemesis, Mansfield District Council, was going to come in and take over everything. And you can go to people that still remember those councillors, because I think in those days councillors were more respected than they are now. I don't know why that is. Perhaps they conducted themselves with more dignity when they came into council chambers, I don't know. But also, Warsop Urban District Council and Mansfield Woodhouse Urban District Council were both abolished, which made way for Mansfield District Council, which incorporated Warsop. But you can still talk to people now that think of the good old days when Warsop Urban District Council did everything and Mansfield. Because people don't like change. 30 seconds. People don't like change, but I think change is coming, and what we've got to do, we've got to embrace change, we've got to embrace devolution, because councillors may have more powers in the future to affect the things that happen in their areas. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Henshaw. Now, we've got, I've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There were a couple of late indications. I think we may just have to cut it, that's the word. But just please bear that in mind. But Councillor Girling.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Some really good, some good debates going on here, and I can understand why some of the people are saying some of the things they're doing. But to me, it's all about clarity now. I know we don't make a decision until November, but actually, if we're clear now in what our course is, what we prefer, then we can concentrate on really pushing that argument forward to make sure that we've got the best possible chance to persuading government that this is the best option for Nottinghamshire. And as Councillor Clark said, we're not here to make it easy for them. We're here to represent our communities. And that's really clear. And I'd like to thank the leader, really, for making the reasons why he believes option 2 is the only option, which is something I think is the best thing for people of Newark, where I represent, and Nottinghamshire as a whole. So clarity, to me, is key. And it gives a strong message to government what we feel is the right option. What worries me, Chairman, though, is the approach some districts and boroughs are taking, which leaves the door open for the city to pillage the county. Okay? And you've had your chances now to actually give a clear message as the districts and boroughs to say, no, this is what we believe is best for our people. And some of you haven't. So I know, for example, Nottinghamshire District Council have left it open. Well, that to me is a risk. That's putting risk on the table where we don't need to have that risk. And I think we need to be really clear about what we want as a county council that we feel is best for this, for our districts and council as a whole. And it worries me why some of the districts and boroughs are making the decisions they are making. We see Councillor Gowan shake her head every time somebody says about the city council being incompetent, and the reason why they're in financial difficulty is because the way they've managed those finances. Shaking her head that she doesn't believe that. Well, actually, all you've got to do is look at their spend and see how they spent some of that money, is to see actually it was incompetent, it was bad management, it was bad leadership. I know somebody that works in the city council where they've got shops with houses above the shops that haven't had a rent review for over 30 years. Yeah, and the people that run the shops are renting out the house above it
which was supposed to be for them, and they're renting it for more than they're paying for the shop below. That's how incompetent they are. And they've got a lot of housing stock because they're a unitary authority. So it doesn't work with me that they don't feel that they're being incompetent, because they clearly are. And you can mention Robin Hood Energy, because that's a big thing where they got it completely wrong. How people haven't ended up in the courts for that, for those decisions they made. And it's been in the press that they actually made illegal decisions as well. So incompetence is part of their DNA, I think, and it's been going on for many, many years. So what worries me then is, are those district and boroughs making the decision for the betterment of Nottinghamshire, or are they just trying to bail out their mates, and actually say, well, I don't really care about the people of Newark and Sherwood, I don't really care about the people of Gedling, I really care about my mates who run the city council, and if we can help them, we'll help them, and be more party orientated. So it does really worry me. So to me, it's about clarity. If we as a council say, actually, look, the best option is option 2. If we do that, because the city, as we've heard, you know, they've said their finances are getting better and they'll be all right. Yeah, they're not the smallest unitary authority by far. There's a unitary authority is about the same size as them that's being successful and running okay, so they can do that. If they got their act together and were more efficient, then I'm sure they could be. So, you know, my job here is to represent the people of Newark and then Nottinghamshire as a whole. And by me representing Newark, I absolutely, categorically vote for option 2. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Girling. I was just about to say 30 seconds left as well. Councillor Garner.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I'm in for option 2 as well. I do want unitary authorities. I wanted them 20 years ago. You know, one council rather than 2 districts and boroughs. Anyway, yeah, I won't want, you know, the city of High Sheriff of Nottingham taking over Robin Hood's gang. So, you know, there's going to be about 250,000 people in the county upset about this. 250,000. You must be able to get 250,000 petition against this, because I should imagine everybody in Rushcliffe and everybody in Broxtowe and half of Gedling will sign that bill. You know, I don't think you'll get many up our way, because we sort of, you're right, we're not involved, we're on the edges, and people won't get engaged with that. But I do know you should get 250,000, you know, to vote against this. But I will say one thing: if you'd, when you was in power, you Conservatives, if you'd gone for it yourself, you'd have got your deal. Now you're relying on Labour to give you the deal, and that's going to be bad.
Thank you, Councillor Garner. And Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chairman. And I'll, you know, as I rise, I suppose I'll make the really simple statement that I am in favour in principle of unitary delivery of services. I won't reprise all the reasons that Councillor Adams and others have already given for split service delivery, but when you look at the way that we deliver services currently, it is not sensible and effective splits between waste collection, waste disposal, street cleaning, road maintenance, all of those things. But if I think of my situation, I represent an area, the northernmost district of the northernmost division of the northernmost district. And in that area, I work with 7 different district councillors. So there are 7 people representing villages who are district councillors, and the district council delivers 20% of the services for that area, as opposed to the 80% that the county council is responsible for. And if I just use Bassetlaw as the example and give you, some examples of stats, County Council budget 680 million, Bassetlaw Council 20 million. County Council 400 services or thereabout, Bassetlaw just over 50. County Council population 830,000, Bassetlaw 120,000. The numbers are mad, and if I look at the cost of the democratic service that's provided with those 7 district councillors and then myself, and let's just take the base allowance and not the special responsibility, that's £50,000 a year to my residents just to have democratic representation. And I've got 7 bodies doing 20% of the responsibility, and me for 80% of services. You can imagine where the questions and the queries come from. And I'm not going to get to highways because we've done that to death today. But I think in business, as in life, we tend to identify challenges and problems and we look for solutions. In government and in local government, so in this particular case, we don't seem to do that with an open mind and, let's say, a blank piece of paper. You know, the parameters we've been given to work to. It's not just asking us to do this with one hand tied behind our back. They're asking us to do it with a set of constraints and parameters that also leave us blindfolded and cut us off at the knee. There's no wonder that we're actually having some of the debates we are about whether it's us versus them and which of our neighbours it is we don't want to be attached to. What we should be doing is starting with what is the problem, what are we trying to sort out, what are the services we need to deliver and how can we do that most efficiently. So I accept that what we've got before us today is shaped the way it is because of the constraints we're facing, and that's one of the first things that I would want to challenge when we're actually having these further conversations with government. And I've just looked at some of the elements of what we're doing, the strategic case for change, and we say that some of the reasons for the potential change in Nottingham and Nottinghamshire are because of the challenges and our ability to step up to challenges around a whole raft of things. And I look at things like children's social care, and I'll remind everybody that social care judgment for this council was good without outstanding elements. That is not a challenge, that's not something we need to fix. I'm looking at SEND, and yes, we had a very poor SEND inspection report. Our journey since then has been a positive one, but it is acknowledged nationally the SEND system is broken. It is a problem for everyone. It is not something that we can fix in Nottinghamshire just by going through LGR. I'm looking at housing and homelessness. That isn't the responsibility of this council. It's the responsibility of our districts and boroughs. And I know from my meetings with the Migration Board at East Midlands Councils that some of the biggest challenges my district and borough council colleagues face at the moment is not how they approach housing and homelessness, but the burden that is placed on them caring for immigrants who are being placed in our districts under a government policy, and there have been successive governments, so I'm making no party political points, but this is not a solution for us through LGR. Those challenges remain, so I cannot accept that these are the reasons that we need to make changes here. We talk about opportunities for transformation and public service reform. Again, I'll remind everyone in this room, this council excels at transformation and public service reform. You know, I look at the work we've done with early help, introducing the family hubs without being part of the government pilots. We invented the family first approach before even government was elected or thought of the label. We're good at it.
And you're good at being time up because you're bang on. I forgot to give you 30 seconds, sorry.
That's not fair, Chairman. I'll wrap up by saying that I support the recommendations in the report.
Okay, thank you. Right, we are in an interesting situation now. The seconder of the motion, Councillor Lawton, will have a right to reserve his right to speak. Will have, as per the Constitution, up to 10 minutes. The mover will have the right to speak. The mover will sum up for up to 10 minutes, which means we are absolutely against the clock. So I know that one or two other hands did go up for speaking. I think we are in a position where we absolutely have to. We're just counting up the numbers there just to make sure the balance and everything is right, and I'm pretty sure it is. You know, proportion and all that. Yeah, it balances out. So I'm sorry to members who have indicated to speak, but we really genuinely haven't got the time to fit in. So I know, and I hope colleagues understand that. It's nothing personal, it's rules and timing. So we need to ask to move to Councillor Lawton now. You reserved your right to speak. Did you wish to speak now?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I've only got a few points to make, really. One is, the first one is, Kate, you could well be in a position in 2 years' time where you will be precluded from standing for the unitary authority as far as the county is concerned. You're actually supporting your own Harry Carey. I find it a bit strange attitude to take. The main point of this debate is that 73% of our spend in adults and young peoples is spent in Mansfield and Ashfield. And if you ask the question, who funds it? Well, I can tell you who funds it. Newark and Sherwood funds it. Broxtowe funds it. Gedling funds it. And Rushcliffe funds that spend going into that part of Nottinghamshire. And we're quite happy with that. We take on board that responsibility on behalf of Nottinghamshire as a whole. So what are they trying to do? So what are they going to do is they will remove a minimum of 2 of those payers out of the system. What impact that will have? Well, it is simple economics, economies of scale. Economies of scale will immediately impact on our delivery of service to those people that we represent. Simple. It's not difficult. It is a simple problem that is being created by LGR. Now, I have to ask the question, as a councillor, are you prepared to support that? Well, I can tell you, you in this room are corporate parents. You have a responsibility to all those vulnerable young people and elderly people that we represent. Are you going to sell some of those individuals down the river and put them in the hands of an adult and young people's services in the city that is failing? Are you prepared to accept to do that? Because I am not. I will not be supporting removing a borough or district council, any of them, from the county as is proposed in the papers today. My main point, though, is that the elephant in the room, is council tax equalisation. The group individuals that have been looking at the schemes with PwC have left it out. Why have they left it out? Well, I can tell you why they've left it out. It's because those authorities that will be joining the city to bail them out, because the Labour government is not prepared to spend more money on bailing a failing authority out, will have to pay more council tax. It is very simple. An A and B property in the city, which they have the majority of, pays more than they do in Broxtowe. They pay more than they do in Rushcliffe. They pay more than they do in Gedling. So your residents will have to pay more. So you will be supporting an increase in taxation of your residents if you support anything else than option 2. Simple as that. So, I think, finally, you have to support the residents that vote for you and that you represent. And if you are prepared to do that, there is only one option, and that is option 2 for us today. And I look forward to watching every single member in this chamber vote. Thank you. Yeah, can we have a recorded vote as well, please?
A request has been made for a recorded vote. We need 10 or more hands up.
Oh, I will be applying for a recorded vote.
Okay, well, you just have, and the hands have gone up. So, you will be getting a recorded vote. But before we get to that, we now go to the mover of the motion, and that's Councillor Smith. You have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to start the summing up by thanking members from all sides for their valued contributions. And it's only right that we have a lengthy debate on this, isn't it? Because it's the biggest shake-up to local government for 50 years, and it must be right for our residents. I'm not going to respond or attempt to defend local government reorganisation, Mr. Chairman, in my response, because as I said at the outset of this, it is not the policy of this administration. We're here today because the government have sent us a legal letter to do so. Councillor Owen's point on the rotten borough of Broxtowe. That's one rotten borough that the city wish to take over, Mr Chairman, to bail out their own financial incompetence. And I want a strong message sent to the residents of Broxtowe from this chamber that this county council adores Broxtowe, Mr Chairman, absolutely adores Broxtowe, and that is why we are endorsing a unitary authority that comprises of the existing county boundary. Because Broxtowe residents in that rotten borough, Mr Chairman, deserve libraries. They deserve good quality social care. They deserve £72 million and their share of that in repairing their roads, Mr Chairman. And the only way they get access to that, the only way, Mr Chairman, is through a county unitary authority. So we say yes to having that rotten borough as part of our area every day of the week. Councillor Wilmot mentions the voice of the districts and were they involved. Yes, Councillor Wilmot, they were involved. Your leader of Ashfield District Council, as well as all leaders, were part of a joint leaders group that met 3 times and also worked with PwC in putting the paper together that is in front of you today. Councillor Creamer asks what's best for his Colton West residents. Councillor Creamer, did you listen to your former colleague, Councillor McGrath? He spelt out exactly what's best for the residents of Colton West. I'll tell you what's best for the residents of Colton West. What's best for the residents of Colton West is being part of a county unitary that has money to invest in libraries, has money to invest in the social care that I have just said, has money to invest in the best county council award-winning bus services, not joining your comrades in the city, Councillor Creamer, that you have voted for last night. You voted for it last night and you're about to vote for it again. So I tell the residents of Colton West what's best for them. Vote Conservative on Thursday the 1st of May and stay within the county. Councillor Walters asked a very important question about the minimum of 500,000 for a new unitary authority. I've underlined the word new, Councillor Walters, because if the city, which we're proposing as our endorsement, stays as it is not a new unitary authority, so it doesn't need to meet that 500,000 criteria set out by ministers. The county council and creating a new county unitary will obviously get past that 500,000. Also important to note, Mr Chairman, that the minister's letter says that the government will take into account local circumstances. We Conservatives say that a massive local circumstance is the risk of moving residents out of the county into a failing authority. That is a huge local factor, Mr Chairman, and we are hence why we are voting or not endorsing city expansion, Mr Chairman. Councillor Hollis, criteria 3 in the government's letter is all about improving local services for residents, and that cannot be done if any parts of the county join the city. Councillor Gowland and Councillor Fole also say that the city needs to expand to be financially viable. Absolute nonsense. What the city needs is new political, sorry, well, maybe just Councillor Gowland then, sorry. What the city needs
bring words into her mouth.
is good, sound political management. It needs leaders that aren't Labour, Mr Chairman, and aren't making inept political decisions like Robin Hood Energy.
Councillor, we have a point of clarification or order. Yes, I did hear you, sir. So I didn't hear you.
I didn't say what I'm supposed to have said. I'd like an apology.
Well, Councillor Gowland says she didn't say what
I
you said
will
she
apologise
said.
to Councillor Gowland in advance, and I will
Okay.
listen back to the tape. And if I have quoted you wrongly, I will write to you and apologise
Thank you,
sincerely
Councillor.
for that. The commissioners, it's been said, the commissioners that are now running the city have stated that the city will be financially viable on its current boundaries by 27-28. But with less libraries, less community centres and higher taxes. County residents that live within the county right now deserve better than that, Mr Chairman, and option 2 ensures that. So I would encourage all colleagues to vote to endorse option 2. Councillor Kerry quite rightly mentions the parking levy that will most probably be extended with the city being expanded as well. And that is another reason, Councillor Kerry, absolutely to vote for option 2 as set out in front of us in the paper. And then Councillor Fole asks, why do we need to endorse an option at this stage? Well, Mr Chairman, if we don't, then who on earth across the county is standing up for the very residents that Councillor Fole represents in Broxtowe? Who on earth is standing up for the residents of Gedling and Rushcliffe? And it is not just those areas that are at threat of city takeover that will receive worse services and pay more for them, as has been set out by Councillor Lawton. It's every other area that will be left that will have less income, but still the same demand, meaning they'll be paying more for less, Mr Chairman. And that is why this Conservative administration will always stand up for the residents of this county. And in fact, Councillor Fole, your own Labour colleagues in the city endorsed option 1B, 1E, or any other pick a mix of Hucknall, Ashfield, Mansfield, or any other two districts. So it is not just this council that are doing so. I'm going to end by responding to Councillor Moxon, who hit the nail on the head this afternoon. He is absolutely right, Mr Chairman. He's always been right, and that's why he was a fantastic deputy when I was in the Education Department, Mr Chairman. Councillor Moxon is absolutely right. Any expansion of the city, and I am going to keep stressing this, any expansion of the city will not just negatively impact the places that it will take over, which are any two of the districts, pick or mix, Mr Chairman. It will impact absolutely every single resident right across the county, every single resident that we all represent in this chamber, Mr Chairman, because you will have people, areas moving into the city that will pay more for less, Mr Chairman, where libraries are closing, where youth centres are closing, and where community centres are closing, Mr Chairman. That's what the areas will get when they move into the city. And the areas left in the county, or however many unitaries you wish to have left, will be paying more for less, because there will be less people paying into the pot, but the high demand on services will exist. Councillor Moxon is absolutely right. And that, Mr Chairman, is why we must endorse the county-only option today. We must send a clear message to the government. We, this Conservative administration, this county council cross-party, are on the side of residents. We will always be on the side of residents. We protect our county, and we save the £8 million that will be extra cost if we divided the county up, Mr Chairman, and we invest that in local services. That's what we can do today. That's what we will do when we vote to endorse option 2. Thank you, Mr Chairman.
Recorded vote, please, Mr Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Yes, Councillor Lawton, I think we have already had the indication that we want a recorded vote. So well done for reminding me on that. And so we will now hand over to the Chief Executive for the recorded vote. Thank you.
Okay, members, nice and clearly again, thank you for that earlier. We'll start with Councillor Adair.
4.
Councillor Adams.
4.
Councillor Allen. Councillor Anderson.
4.
4.
Councillor Barney.
4.
Councillor Barnfather. Councillor Bradley.
4.
Councillor Butler.
4.
Councillor Callaghan.
Against.
Councillor Camilleri.
4.
Councillor Carlton.
4.
So Councillor John Clark. Councillor Neil Clark.
4.
Councillor Cotty.
4.
Councillor Creamer.
Against.
Councillor Councillor Deacon.
Abstain.
Councillor Doddy. Councillor Eddy.
4.
Councillor Elliott.
4.
Councillor Fole. Councillor Garner.
Was that 4?
That was 4, wasn't it? Just checking. Councillor Guilfoyle.
Against.
Councillor Girling.
4.
Councillor Gowland.
Against.
Councillor Henry.
Against.
Councillor Henshaw.
Against.
Councillor Hollis.
Abstain.
Councillor Introna.
4.
Councillor Richard Jackson.
4.
Councillor Roger Jackson. Councillor Kerry.
4.
Councillor Lawton. Councillor Lee.
For.
Councillor Madden.
Abstain.
Councillor Martin.
For.
Councillor McGrath. Councillor Meakin.
For.
Councillor Moxon.
For.
Councillor Ogle.
For.
Councillor Oliver.
For.
Councillor Owen.
For.
Councillor Place. Councillor Pringle. Councillor Perdue-Horan. Councillor Quigley. Councillor Saddington. Councillor Shaw.
For.
Councillor Helen Ann Smith.
Abstain.
Councillor Sam Smith.
For.
Councillor Tom Smith. Councillor Taylor. Councillor Upton. Councillor Waters.
For.
Councillor Gordon Wheeler.
For.
Councillor Jonathan Wheeler.
For.
Councillor Williamson. Councillor Wilmot.
For.
Councillor Zadrozny. Okay, we'll top them up. Thank you.
Could you, for the record, for the tape and everything, you need to declare your vote.
For, Mr. Chairman.
Right, colleagues, we have the result, and I'll give it to you now. There were 44 for the motion, 10 against, and 4 abstentions. So that is moved and carried. So thank you very much. Now, you would have noticed there were several more items on the agenda, and I'm very sorry we're not going to be able to get to those, and I'm sure we were all looking forward to the questions and the motions, so they have fallen for today. This is coming to the end of the meeting, so can I thank you all for being here today and your contributions. I know we had a little bit of excitement a while ago, but that hopefully is behind us now, but that is the nature of politics sometimes. We've had our first meeting here in Oak House, and what a place it is. And so really, I must just thank you all. And also, just while I'm here, just before I go, I'd like to thank officers and colleagues for their help over my last year as being chairman. I'd like to thank Councillor Lee as my vice chairman. And also, I don't think they're here today, but my civic team, not councillors, Sarah Ashton and Mikolai in particular in the civic team who have pointed him in the right direction.
Thank you.
You do realise we're breaking protocol.
Very quickly. I know it's his last one. We're probably sort of not get back here. It's been great to be with you, but I'm not saying that. I want to thank the workmen who got this together to the time so we could all be here. They worked really hard, and all of those up there worked really hard. The sound system worked pretty well. They've done well. The building looks fantastic. I'd like to give them a round of applause for what they did. Thank you.
Thank you. I was about to mention, I was going to mention along those lines, but finally, I know that there are some colleagues in here today who will not be standing in the election in a few weeks' time. So thank you, and good luck with your next chapters in what you're doing. And I also know that there are colleagues who are standing, and elections are what they are. And I wish everybody good wishes and luck, and hopefully see you again. Okay, thank you. So meeting closed at 5:24. Thank you. Well done.